Oh man, that was the weirdest countdown. Okay. Well, that threw me off. I was gonna ask. Yes. Hello. I was gonna ask, given how this morning went for me, what is the acceptable temperature range for each of you?
It's too cold right now.
Oh, yeah. I told my wife this morning when I got up and I saw that my son had a 2-hour delay, and I was just like, I used to walk to school in this crap. It's like, kids are so soft these days.
Yeah, classic old man. Back in my day, we used to walk through the blizzards, uphill both ways, 13 feet of snow.
It's because people your age are now the ones in charge of making those decisions, and they're like, I don't want to go to work. 2 hours late.
I didn't have a 2-hour delay. They shouldn't have a 2-hour delay.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the teachers and the superintendent and stuff are like, I want a 2-hour delay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I wonder which one of us here would agree with that.
Oh, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
No, Monday rolled around and I was like, let's just call it a 2-hour delay today, and I'll go back to bed and I'll see you all in 2 hours. Oh, okay, that sounds good.
Anyway, to answer your question, Jason, for me personally, it's probably 25 to 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow, that's way higher than
Anything below 60 and I'm unhappy. Just in general.
You're in the wrong temperate, my friend.
That's my
I am well aware. Oh no, my high end's like 110.
Holy.
My goodness, I would die.
we're not the same.
No, thank you.
We're not the same.
No.
I want to be cold.
No, I'd take scorching heat over cold any day.
I've always just cemented to this. You can always put on another layer. You can't take off your skin. And so that's why cold is better.
I've never gotten the flu in 110 degree weather, so.
But have you gotten heat
you're
stroke?
clearly.
No, because I can carry a bottle of water with me.
Do your thighs stick together? Because that's a thing.
Very personal, Sarah, but yes, the answer is yes. Okay.
Listen, as a runner,
just
anything
what
above
a
60
series
degrees.
Of rebuttals.
No, I mean it's a problem. We live in America. You can't deny it.
Do you get sticky thighs? Do you get sticky thighs?
I am a runner. I am very well acquainted with the chub rub. Okay. It is a problem. None of you guys run, so you don't know, but it.
Chub rub.
I have run before.
What?
Yeah, we call it college. Just chub rub.
Fine.
Oh, but let it go! Don't you dare! Let's just move on. Shut up, Justin. Let it go.
Well,
we gotta
once
move
again,
on.
something has gone over my head because I don't get it.
Yeah.
we got a show to record. We can't stick around. Goodbye, clean tag.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah, that was a lot funnier, I guess, than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand.
Us heathens. What can I say?
We can talk after the stream's not live.
We're just terrible people. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna say, my low end is around 20.
Okay.
And the high end of what I'm comfortable with is basically 60.
What?
Oh my gosh.
You don't. What about like just room temperature, 68 to 72?
I think, what do we have our thing set at? 68 is what we usually have.
It's pretty normal.
It was 66, but since
Okay.
it got down to like 0 degrees, I turned it up to 68. But I might turn it back because I'm a little warm.
Yeah, I like it where the temperature of the room is just cold enough that everybody else who enters says that it's too cold.
Yes.
Wait,
Every time family comes over and
is
they're
it a
like,
power
"Brr."
thing? right. Do you like feel? I'm the warmest one in the room. Like I feel comfortable.
It's not. I do it.
Suffer.
I don't do it because they think it's cold. It just ends up being that way.
68 is pretty cold for most people, though. Like that's the lower end of room temperature, I think.
Well, that's the thing that we run into with our church is that my dad and I can walk around in like really cold weather, no coat or anything. It's fine as long as we're not out there for like an hour or anything. But so like we'll have the temperature set to like 68 or something like that. Half the people in our church will they will not shut up about the temperature if it's like anything less than like 75.
That's
the
too
thing
much.
that bothers me is that we have like AC units on the walls by the ceiling, and the people that complain that it's too cold
Sit by the
always
AC
sit
units.
right where the AC blows, and I'm like, you have other places to sit. Like, don't complain you're cold and then sit where the AC blows.
But that would break with tradition. We
Yeah.
have seats that we always sit in, so
Yeah.
we sit in those seats for the rest of our lives.
This
Yeah,
seems
you
like
cannot move.
Okay,
or-
is anyone else like this? Seems like a very isolated situation.
This is a very one-off. It feels like.
No, I guess you guys aren't Baptist because it's a very Baptist thing.
It sounds very Baptist.
Well, Brandon, what did you give a temperature range? Are you more like me or are you more like Justin?
I like it cold. Honestly, my wife complains a lot because I'm one of those people who have like a wind tunnel fan on me, regardless of the temperature, so it can blast cold air on me. But I prefer it a little chillier. But yeah, I would say, yeah,
My brother is a
30, 60, 20, 60. I mean, I walked on lunches today, and it was brisk, but not today. I loved it. But
My brother's a
Cold doesn't
true
bother
mad
me.
lad, though. I remember whenever it starts like getting cold, he says, I can finally save on electricity. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, I can just leave the windows in my house open.
Yep.
And I go, yeah, but won't you freeze to death? And he goes, well, you know, I've woken up with frost on my sheets, but that's how I like it. He says, and I go,
Frost on my sheet.
I go, that's
I feel like
cold.
his pipes are gonna freeze.
I was like, that's
there's
dangerously cold. And he goes, no, it's just my room. He says, everywhere else in the house is kind of like normal temp. And I was like,
Okay, that's not as bad.
I was like, but what about your electronics and stuff? He goes, oh, they're in the other room. It's fine. I don't die.
Yeah, that was my concern. Is I was gonna say if you do that, then that's gonna have other repercussions.
But yeah,
if
no,
it's just the
he-
one room,
he
it's
likes
not
it.
a big deal.
You want a cold? That's how you get a cold. Okay,
Or
it's the reason why it's called cold. It's the reason why it's called cold.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen
Like,
in the hot. Nobody
pretty
gets the
sure
hot.
the rhinovirus can't survive in cold
Some people
temperatures,
do get
but-
the hots, though.
Some people do get the hots. That's fair. Heat stroke, but
Yeah. Hot flashes. So about roleplay.
Indeed, about role playing.
Sounds provided by Sirenscape.
How do we segue from hot flashes to near mythos? I don't know.
if you give me a minute, I could probably think of something, but I don't think we
Yeah.
have that time.
You are the proverbial bard.
Yeah. Or we could just force it.
Right
let's
now.
just force it.
Let's just force it. Okay.
Force it.
Yeah.
Perfect
So-
segues brought to you by Mildly Heroic.
Yeah, so last session, you guys had... So we started last session just before the entering the cave, yes? You had just finished out killing everybody outside, and you
Yeah.
quickly went around, gathered up all the things that you thought you might need, found the key to the gate, opened the gate, entered, found yourself faced with 2 gorgons, which was a dangerous fight, but ended up being not all that bad because anybody who did fall prey to their petrification managed to break free fairly quickly and therefore did not have to worry about possibly making it permanent.
Anybody
So-
meaning Gideon.
Yes.
And only
Yeah,
Gideon,
no.
pretty much.
Yep.
Will not falter, will also stand in place and contribute nothing for yet another combat. I swear, I get every hard CC we've encountered. Gideon's just, alright, well, I guess I won't play for like 30 minutes. That's fine. Y'all have fun. Sorry if you die because I couldn't shield. Whatever.
Yep. Yep. But after that fight, you heard, well, during that fight, but at the end of the fight, you heard spell casting from deeper in the cave. So you all prepped yourselves and then rushed forward when you saw a humongous constrictor snake and a large hobgoblin and then just a normal-sized hobgoblin. And that battle raged on for the rest of the session as all 3 of those combatants had a lot of hit points and were fairly dangerous in their own right. There were a couple times when people went pretty close. Gideon went unconscious, but then with all of his there were contingency stuff, everybody basically got healed to full immediately. And then Hursk, I think, went unconscious as well, but then Gideon brought him back up. So there were a couple close calls there in the fight, but
Literally.
ultimately,
Yeah,
Princess Carrie.
Princess carried me up.
And ultimately, though, you guys did end up prevailing, and you defeated all 3 of the enemies, and all 4 of you came out alive.
And level up.
No, that did not happen.
Oh, I guess adjustments to my character sheet I gotta make.
Yeah, make sure you take all those off.
Awkward.
Awkward. I swear you said that. I just thought you
No.
did.
No.
I heard that, yeah.
You said
But-
you need to be level 10 before the siege, so go ahead.
I did.
and
That
level.
might be true.
So
Well, when I was reading the adventure path, it definitely said that I could complete all 4 of these that we're supposed to level.
We haven't completed it yet.
No, there's a couple
Weird.
things you have to do still. But
we must have
we'll get to
forgotten
that.
about those.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
yeah,
look at the
you need
adventure
to
path again.
you need to reread the chapter. Yeah.
Okay, all right, got it.
Stick to the script, guys.
So that brings us back into the caves of the Warbeast camp. The 4 of you stand alone in this large cavern. Very shortly after having dispatched the enemies, you hear noises coming from some what appear to be barricaded tunnels to the left. And that is where we will pick it up. What do you guys want to do as you hear the sounds like a little bit of knocking or banging on the sides of these barricades, and then some voices, but you can't, they're a little muffled.
Jessup will attempt to approach stealthily.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
This will go swimmingly.
You hear that? Even the GM laughed. You can roll the dice. Hey,
Okay,
that's-
incorrect.
that's-
Yep.
Shut up!
oh, maybe I'll eat those words. No.
Yeah.
Natural 20 to like 10%.
So, Jessup will quietly tiptoe over to the southern of the 2 gates. What are the other 3 of you doing? I know Gideon ran up to pick up his mace.
Yeah, but I'm assuming like as he gets there, he hears it. So the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, you can all hear it. Yeah, it's kind of echoing in this chamber a little bit.
So it's coming from this north gate as well?
It's mostly coming from the bottom one, actually.
All right, then Kieran will move to provide backup.
You do hear voices from the top one as well,
He
but the
will
banging is coming from the
Go
southern
with his
one.
original thought and go to the north one.
Yeah,
Are
there's
we,
noises coming from both. The banging specifically seems to be coming from the lower one.
Okay.
Do we still have haste technically?
I think the combat went for, according to my thing here, 16
We don't have
rounds.
haste. I remember
so
it
I
right
don't
now.
believe so.
I'm pretty certain I recasted haste near the
That's
end
What I thought.
of the combat.
He did. Yeah, he did after I got
I mean,
Okay.
picked up. Yeah.
that's fine.
It doesn't make a difference. It just depends if I can get there in a round or not.
Okay.
What's cure serious wounds?
3, well, is it your spell or a potion?
Potion.
That would be 3d8 plus 5.
Oh my.
It's gonna
Nom
be
nom 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 nom.
pretty decent.
It's alright.
Okay, so Gideon and Kieran are going up to the topmost of the 2. Jessup is going to the lower one, and then Hursk is healing up from his grievous wounds.
Okay, I guess actually if Gideon's going up there, then I will provide backup for
Yeah.
Jessup, so he's not
Okay.
by himself.
Okay, so Jessup, you get close to the gate here, and the closer you get, it becomes louder as you get closer to this noise, and you do hear it's like a knocking, banging on this smaller gate. It does look like this was also made out of logs, but they're significantly smaller than the main gate. Probably more like the thick branches of the tree, but they're kind of banded in iron, and you do see a small lock on the gate itself. It doesn't look like one that you'd have to like unlock with a key, but it's just like a simple lock mechanism from the outside. And you can roll a perception check to try to make out any words, but you will be taking a little bit of a penalty because it's through the gate. 27. Okay. With a 27, you can make out. You don't make out the exact words, but it does sound like a. It sounds like a higher pitched, probably female voice. It does not appear to be in Goblin. It sounds like the cadence sounds more like Common, possibly like Varisian, but some other non-Goblinoid language. It sounds like.
Okay. You said it's a simple. So it's basically like a latch.
It's basically just a latch. Yeah, you could easily unlock it from this side. You don't need it. You don't need a key.
Anything at my door?
You can roll a perception check at your door.
I did want to look up just for funnies. So the eyes of the eagle just give a straight perception bonus even on hearing with glasses.
Technically,
Okay,
yes.
because I looked at it like, wait, it should it not be 27? But I read it like it doesn't specifically say on vision checks.
I see so well, I hear better.
He sees sign language, man. He could read lips.
Oh, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Through the gate.
That's how a lot of different perception bonuses work. They don't technically specify whether it's hearing or sight, even though it
makes
might
sense to
logically
me.
seem that way.
So,
Some
Jessup
do
will
though,
walk over.
technically, like the blind condition, and that's the only one that I think references the difference.
I mean,
Jessup-
the deafened, but
Oh yeah, well,
So is there enough that if he were to say something, like I guess he will say, assuming that he's hearing something in common, he'll try to respond. Hey, who's behind this gate over here? Hopefully loud enough so they could hear through the gate.
okay. You do that as you're responding there, Gideon, with your perception check, the 37 there. Your gate there does not. There's no banging at yours, but you do hear multiple voices on the other side. Maybe it's hard to make out exactly, but that's a pretty good perception check. Over a dozen, somewhere in that ballpark. There are many voices on the other side. They're all hushed, kind of whispered, but you're still able to faintly pick them up. Jessup, you hear the banging stops as soon as you kind of call out there, and if you really like listen, maybe get close to the door so you can
I'll put my
hear
ear
very
up
well.
against the
Yep.
gate.
You hear that voice in common respond, and the voice says, "Who are you? You don't sound like the normal guards."
My name is Jessup, and I'm a ranger who have dispatched the guards. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
My name is Kayara. Are you saying that you're not with the Legion?
Oh no, we're the Legion Slayers. Looks back at Kieran. I think we're still working on a name, but yeah, we're the Legion Killers, I guess.
In that case, would you mind maybe opening up this gate?
Jessup feels pretty good about it, but let's do a sense motive check. For reasons.
Oof.
He opens the gate.
Okay.
That sounds friendly to me.
Yep. I mean, even if you had rolled particularly high, there's not much to go off of yet in the conversation, but you don't sense hostility in the voice. So, yeah. So you go ahead and you unlatch the gate. Gideon, what are you doing up at yours? Are you waiting for news from your allies?
yeah. Well, he'll have told them like
'Cause you hear him.
Yeah.
You hear Jessup's voice.
I'm being pretty loud. I would expect maybe even the people in the other one might be able to hear me too.
Jessup, let me know what you find. I think there are more here as well. And then he'll just stand guard up at the top of it and see, is there a lock there that he could easily unlock?
Yeah, that one's also latched. It's just a simple one. You could open it from your side. It's not like a padlock or anything.
Yeah.
So, Jessup, you unlatch this door and you kind of swing it open a little bit, and you can see. I'll just reveal the whole room here. There's not a whole lot to it. You can see that this room is pretty small. It's just kind of like a tunnel, and it looks like it was used as some sort of holding chamber, perhaps. And you can see inside there are 2 corpses, but there is also what appears to be a living, young, dark-skinned woman. She has pitch black hair that's kind of braided and pulled back behind her head. And, and you can see that she's in kind of tattered rags. She is missing her left arm just below the elbow.
Definitely a ranger.
A good portion of the rest of her body is bandaged. She looks like she is malnourished, and severely wounded. The bandages here look like they might have been. They're kind of shoddily done, so it could very well have been her trying to do it with one hand on herself. She looks like she's in a pretty rough shape.
She's the only one in there alive?
She's the only living person in there that you see, yes.
She was the one doing the banging by herself?
Yes, that was me. I've been in here for a while. I heard fighting outside in the chamber there, and I was trying to get an idea of what was going on.
You don't look so good right now. I give you some heal spells, but I can't quite see where you are. Can you step out of the shadows, please? Well, the GM layer.
Yep. I don't have a specific token for her.
Oh no, she's not that important. All right, so Jessup will attempt a really garbage heal check, and then probably give her a heal spell.
A heal spell?
Or yeah, no, I'm not that high yet. Yep, she's malnutritioned, so Jessup will.
Yeah, with a 12, she's
malnutritioned. He will give her a cure light wounds wand.
Okay.
You don't give her the wand.
You give her the wand. She says, "I'm sorry, I don't have use magic device."
It requires 2 hands anyway. I'm just kidding. Jokes aside.
So you use the wand.
3.
Heal her.
I guess I will just get a
points.
gauge from her, so he'll give her a heal for 3. See how she says she is, because obviously Jessup doesn't really know, and then if she wants more, he will do it again.
She just kind of nods and she says, "I'll survive for now, at least." Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you say your name again?
Oh, it's Jessup Elfin.
Jessup.
And,
Thank you. Yes.
you might want to, let's get you out of that room and in the main chamber here. Get some more kind of fresher dungeon air.
Yes, that would be welcome. I'd been breathing the rotten air inside of this place for a couple of days now. And she will follow you out to the main chamber.
Well, we got maybe still some other stuff. Do you know who by chance is up in this room here?
The other chamber, that's the rest of the captives that the Legion took in their raid against Redborough and a couple of the other towns. I think last I counted, there were 21 of us. I don't know if they're all still there or not.
When you get there,
Gideon just hear that?
He's already opened the door.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So Gideon, you go in and you open your door and you see inside what appear to be 20 very rough-looking humanoids of various kinds. There's one halfling, there's a couple half-elves, and most of them are human. And it's a very similar sight to the previous times where you have seen groups of captives, like at the Siege Crossing, for example. Right. And I'll reveal your chamber here as well. And it's another small chamber. You don't see any dead bodies in this one, but you do see the 20 or so people kind of cramped into this small room. And they all kind of like huddle up and kind of move back from you, not sure what to expect.
Do not be afraid, Gideon will say. From this day forward, you are free again. Who among you is injured? I will do my best to heal you up.
You look around, and it looks like most of them just have smaller scrapes and bruises. Most of the issue is that they're all just very malnourished. They look too emaciated and sick to do a whole lot. They look like they could probably travel if they were let out. They could make it, like, if they weren't doing anything too strenuous, but they're in pretty rough shape, just physically in that regard. Not so much damage for them. And you can hear this this dark-skinned woman, Kyara. She kind of calls out in your direction as well. She says, "Hey, it's all right. They seem to be friendly, at least for now." And you can see that just by hearing her voice, most of the people here seem to calm down
Gideon
a noticeable amount.
will take off his helmet and kind of hold it by his side and smiles at them and helps undo the chains and get people out if anyone's tied up, and if not, he'll just kind of lead them out. And start an invocation of healing, so they'll all get 20 hit points back.
Okay, that is more than enough to make up for.
I was looking for one that would remove status ailments, but I don't think I actually have one. I have other things that can, but I thought I had one that would get rid of like malnourished and stuff.
I mean,
I think that's
there's
called food.
Yeah, there is. I think there.
I think there's crates over here with food.
I could be wrong. I feel like there could be a lay on hand that does that, but
it might be one of the divine mercies I didn't take. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if that's one that you would have taken, but yeah. Okay, so you heal them up. So, yep. They weren't super wounded or anything, but any smaller wounds that they did have are healed.
Do you call our allies over, Gideon, before you use that in the event they may want some of that invocation?
Oh yeah, sure, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Just time. We don't need it.
Yeah.
I found who Gideon's new allies are.
Yeah, I don't benefit from it, so it doesn't really matter who's there to me.
Oh, it's a good stance.
Kieran was going to check out what this depression is. This like a depression in the ground?
It is a great depression. Yes, so you walk over to that area, and it looks like it's kind of a burrow. So unlike these other tunnels that look like they were naturally formed and they just kind of lead out of this main cavern, this one looks like it was dug. It goes down, and then it looks like it abruptly turns and goes back up. But it looks like this was not a natural formation. This was burrowed by something. It looks like it's roughly 10 feet across and 10 feet wide. It's a fairly large burrow. You can roll a perception check to see if you hear anything on the other side.
I shall. Or can I, while they're talking, can I take 20?
Sure, yeah. You spend your time while this conversation's going on. You do not hear any noises on the other side. So whether that means there's something over there that's asleep, or whether that means there's nothing over there, hard to say, but you don't hear any movement, you don't hear any noises, nothing. You could easily go down in, by the way. There's plenty of space, just want to make that clear.
All right. So is Hursk still standing there by the snake body?
Yeah.
So while the others are, acquainting each other with the people, he'll say, Hursk, it looks like there's a place here that burrows down in. Do you think we should check it out?
Yeah, I'm not much of a burrower, but if it looks like it's a depression that leads somewhere, maybe we should check it out.
Well, I'm not too much for cave diving myself, but blue dragons are known for burrowing, so maybe I inherited some of that from them.
Oh. Are you a blue dragon?
Yeah, yes, that's what my patron dragon was a blue dragon.
Oh. What was its name? Don't dragons usually have grandiose names?
They do. Let me check my notes.
If you're gonna RP with me, Sarah, I'm gonna ask questions.
I have it.
You are ruining my immersion, Sarah.
Yeah, she has it. She just doesn't remember what it is.
Nefexi?
Nope.
Okay.
No. If you know, Jason, just tell her.
Nefexi is the name of the dragon that you heard about in Ibzariak's situation.
Oh, that's Ibzariak's girlfriend?
Yeah.
Presumably, yes.
Unrequited love, it sounded.
Was it De Ruberjan?
Maybe. I mean, I don't remember what it is.
I think that's... He'll be like, yeah, his name was De Ruberjan. He lived many years ago. He was actually supposedly killed by the dragon that Ibzariak was obsessed with. So that's who I was going after.
Oh. Who's Obzariak?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you weren't there. It was Frampton. It doesn't seem like that long ago. Ibzariak was the black dragon that we killed in the fort. Trevale.
Chevalier.
Oh.
Trevale.
Full
Yes.
Chevalier.
So before we met you, we were clearing out the forts, the ranger forts in the Fangwood. And the last one we came to was one of the biggest ones they had there. It was held up by hobgoblins, and they have a big tower there that was partially destroyed, and there was a black dragon that had been living in the top. So we, it was Jessup, me, Aiden, Jessup's nephew, and Frampton all went up there to take out the dragon, and in the meantime, Jessup's nephew was killed.
And that dragon killed your...
No. We found some writings or something about him traveling deeper into the Fangwood, following this other dragon called Nefexi, and Nefexi's the one that I've been after. She's the one that killed my patron dragon.
Oh. So you're kind of looking for some revenge on
Not
Nefexi.
really. I don't know if I can kill Nefexi. From what I hear, she's quite powerful, so I feel like I would be a bit arrogant to think that I could take her down, but...
I don't know, you've already killed one dragon. What's another?
You know, if we keep moving at the rate that we are, who knows? Maybe we will be powerful enough to take down a dragon like that.
Right, maybe.
Well, anyway, long story short, I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah, I'll join you. And we'll look in that hole. That depression. I'm gonna keep calling it a depression.
Dig.
dig. Yes, we burrow.
We're like little moles.
Little moles.
Speeds.
Excuse me. Kieran doesn't need it because he can just get his claws out and then, like...
Spoilers, someday I'll have one.
Oh. Spoilers.
Claws?
I didn't know dragons could burrow.
Yeah.
That's
Blue
cool.
dragons have a burrow speed rather than a swim speed. Some have a swim speed.
Huh.
Blue dragons have a burrow speed,
That's cool.
I believe. I could be just lying.
She's
Making
just
stuff
totally
I'm
making
pretty
it
sure
up.
Making
they
stuff
do.
up.
She has no idea what
They
she's
do.
talking about.
They do.
My ancestor was Blurbadon, the blue.
Blurb the blue.
They
It
called
sounds
him
like
the
a
blue
wizard's
because he
name.
was blue.
Because he was blue. He's known as Blurbadon.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So you make your way into the depression, into the little
I'm
burrow
sad.
there. And
We got hit with the
you-
aura of despair.
Or of despair. We're sad now.
Or crushing despair. That's what it is. Crushing despair.
So I'll go ahead and reveal this for you. Maybe.
Hopefully we don't have to make a hasty retreat.
There we go.
You still have haste for like another round.
Oh. Oh my. Would you look at that?
So you enter into this burrow, and as I said, it looks like it's been dug out rather than being a natural part of this cavern. And you get to the other side, and you see there's no creatures. It's really an empty cavern. You're looking around. You do see what looks like maybe there was a nest in the corner at one point. Both of you can make either a knowledge dungeoneering or survival check if you'd like to inspect the area.
Ooh, I have an 8 to
Survival
dungeon
plus
experience.
0, 7.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a 2 on the die for an
Oof.
18.
DC 16.
Ooh.
Oh.
They really wanted you
Nice.
to find it, I guess.
Hursk, as
Apparently.
you are as you are looking around this area, you can identify that as this is an enormous den of some type. A creature lived here at one point recently, within the past month or so, perhaps. You can make, if you point this out to Kieran, you can both make a knowledge arcana check to try to identify the creature specifically.
Oh,
knowledge
17.
Hana?
Ah,
Knowledge
3 on the
arcana.
die. goodness. This is bad
You
start.
shout it out, and Jessup can aid you from across the cavern.
Oh, right. Turns out this isn't a depression. It's actually a den. Somebody else come take a look.
Oh, it's this and that.
It's a this and that.
There you go. Pause.
Jessup, you can go over into the den if you want to make a check.
If they tell me about it after I get done with my getting
We
acquainted.
haven't gone back out yet, so.
Yeah. So the two of you looking around, you do see massively oversized, like, chitinous plates from some sort of possibly insectile-esque creature.
You won't give me like a nature check or something? I'm a vermin guy. Come on.
Nope. You, with your knowledge nature, you can tell that these are not from an insect. They are similar. They're maybe like reminiscent of.
You would say it's
But they are
probably
distinctly not
a magical
vermin.
beast. Yeah,
Is
you
it
might say.
something that we can, like, are these plates small enough that we can take them out?
Yeah, could we pick one up and carry it out with us?
I mean, you could take it out with you. I mean, the opening here is like 10 feet wide. So these pieces of chitin or chitin or whatever, however you pronounce that, I've heard it both ways.
chitin.
I think it's chitin. I think
Yeah.
you're right.
I've heard it both ways. I've always said chitin, but they're about 2 feet wide, 3 feet long. They're big.
That's a
Wow.
big scale.
It's like a sled.
They're big. Yeah,
So
massively
we pick up an
oversized.
end and carry it out. Like, look what we found.
What do you think? Should we take this out to them or bring them in here? I have no idea what it is. Some sort of nest, but I have no idea what the creature is.
We should probably take one out and maybe have Jessup look at it. I don't know, with his ranger experience, maybe he knows what this is.
Yeah. Is there?
I have no
real quick,
idea.
Is there anything of value in here? Can you see anything other than just these big old plates?
You can roll a perception check.
Got it.
Perception is. Oh man, I rolled it twice. I didn't mean to.
That's
And
where
it
I get a
still
nat
doesn't
20.
add up to Hursk.
That's where I get a nat 20. Really?
With a nat 20, you are fairly confident that there's nothing of value in here.
Oh, fantastic. Glad I got a nat 20 on that.
If it was a 37, you would have found something, though, I bet.
Yeah.
That's a real
DC 30.
free way
It was
to
DC
disappoint
37,
your
yes.
players.
DC 37.
DC 37.
Did you find anything, Hursk?
No, looks like a bunch of dirt and these big scales. I don't see anything shiny.
All right. Well, let's take one out and see what the others. Maybe those prisoners have an idea of what was in here.
Oh, that's a good idea. And they'll carry one out, Jason.
Okay.
Look
You
what we
guys
found.
carry one of these, like, armored plates of chitin out of the chamber. You show it to Jessup, and Jessup, you kind of inspect it a little bit, and you are able to identify what creature this belonged to. However, you do notice that this is wildly too large for a normal creature of its type. You identify it as belonging to a creature known as an onkeg.
You know what an onkeg is?
Yep.
Nope,
So an
no idea.
onkeg.
It's
I
when
do
you-
too, but for the rest of the class that doesn't, please explain.
Yeah, I also know. So you
Onkeg
stand
are-
on a keg and drink.
Yes. Ankheg, onkeg.
Classic.
These are burrowing bug-like monsters that scuttle about on 6 legs, and they are known to drool noxious green ichor, or ichor, whatever, from their mandibles. They are neutral, normally large magical beasts, but the size of this looks like it's much bigger than large. It's at least huge.
It's a den mother.
This is bigger than it should be, for certain. Do I know from experience, like, is it kind of more of a solitary creature, or are they usually in hives or multiples?
So you would know the basic information you would know about Ankeg is they are an all too common plague upon rural areas of the world. They are horse-sized monsters, and they generally avoid settled areas like cities, but their predilection for livestock and humanoid flesh ensures that they do not keep to the deep wilderness either. They prefer to habitat. Their preferred habitat is like rural farmlands, so it actually makes sense that you'd know a lot about these. You've probably encountered them multiple times on your homestead, fighting them off, keeping them away from any livestock or whatnot.
Ah, my
And-
pumpkins. You know, fighting them off.
Is Jessup a pumpkin farmer?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that right? Oh, okay.
A little bit of everything, maybe.
Several
You
forms
know
of
that-
squash.
You know that they can travel either alone or in pairs. A nest of them is usually 3 to 6, so they don't have massively large communities, but they can be known to travel in groups.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure why you found one this big, or at least one of its, chitin pieces. But you didn't see any in there, did you? I guess not, because they probably would have tried to eat you.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe they took care of it and fed it and it grew larger than normal. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe whatever they did to that snake back there too.
That's true. That was a pretty big snake. I've never seen a snake quite that large.
Yeah, I guess Jason with
I think
I-
technically the snake would have reduced in size by now.
okay, that was gonna be a question. Is that normally its normal size though?
Yes, it is. I
Okay.
believe this is normally a large, because it's an animal companion. So
So it leveled up and
it
became bigger.
hit the advancement to get to its bigger size, and I'm pretty sure they start out medium and become large, and then she cast animal growth, which I think makes it huge.
Yeah.
It could equally be small to medium, and then animal growth increases it 2 sizes. I don't know. I know it goes to huge. I just don't know how much animal growth increases it.
So for this scale here from that bug thing, is it as big as the snake is now, or bigger than that?
Comparable to the bigger version.
That's a big.
Ankeg are normally large sized.
But we've noticed that this thing's gone
This
back
is
down to its
bigger
normal
than
size.
large.
Yeah, it looks like they're. I don't know if. Hopefully, we don't have to encounter these things, but maybe they're going to use them against the siege against Longshadow, like a battering ram of sorts.
Or they
I'm
might-
afraid of.
Well,
We
they
didn't
might
so
find
you
burrow.
said,
out.
I said it spit out acid, right?
They might burrow under the walls.
That's true. I don't like that either.
I don't see a problem with it.
Where did that voice come from? Kyara,
Where
was
did-
that you?
Who is that? Who is that?
I did get a token for her, by the way.
Yeah, so
Which arm's gone?
The one
Yeah,
that you can't see.
Her armor looks really nice for it being just rags.
yeah.
Yeah, she has obviously the token has stuff that she does not have.
It's like, why didn't she use that? Like, I don't know. What is that? A Kopesh?
You can't find a perfect token.
No. I have
Okay.
I've spent hours looking for a token for.
So I guess Jessup will ask her if has she found or has she seen these big bugs?
That was so eloquent.
Thank you.
So
Seen big bugs.
if you ask if she has seen big
Mock my
bugs,
diplomacy.
she actually has a lot of information that she will give you. So I'll just kind of go through her conversations. I'll say, I and most of the others here, we were attacked at Redborough, and we've been here ever since. The creature that you're talking about, I believe, I saw it once when I was here, a massive creature. But I haven't seen it in the past week or two. I don't know. They might have shipped it out or something to one of their other camps or something. I'm not sure. This is kind of like a training camp, you could say. They have all sorts of different monsters here, like these metal bulls that you can see that you've clearly dispatched. They had wyverns when I first came. That's where that's what happened to my arm here. They would sometimes pull 1 or 2 of us at a time and use us as training companions, you could say. I was the only one who ever made it back from that alive. Looks like you've probably cleared out anything else. The wyverns, they left a week or 2 ago. the creature you're talking about left a week or two ago. So.
How many wyverns did they have that you know of?
6 or 7. They had at one point they had a particularly large one. I think it was the mother, but the mother was too stubborn, I don't know, maybe too old to be trained. They couldn't really make much out of her, so they eventually ended up just having to get rid of her. But the younger ones, 3 of them were kind of large enough to be ridden at that point. The other 3 were too young, but they trained all of them nonetheless. And then they moved them out. There could have been more, but I only saw 6 of them at a time.
Well, I believe those have been taken care of as well. This was honestly kind of our last stop here to come up here to their camp to wreak some havoc and sabotage, and then head back to Longshadow. There's an imminent battle. If I don't know if you've heard some rumors about that.
Unfortunately, no. They were a bit too tight-lipped around us. They had no intention of letting us free, but they seemed like they were orderly enough that they weren't leaking out information. Plus, their camp commander over there, and she kind of points to the dead female hobgoblin, she was a strict one, so most of them feared her, and they didn't dare doing anything that might get them in trouble.
Yeah, when you crack a whip. Well, anyway...
You should see the one she had made of spiders.
That sounds terrifying.
She probably didn't cast that spell when you were fighting her.
No, there's a lot of other casting going on, though, I can tell you that.
Did she mention just now another camp?
She said that they might have moved them to another camp. She didn't say anything specifically, no.
Well, we know that there is the valley of like 1,000 troops or something like that they had referenced, so I'm wondering if that's where the main army is being held that's gonna come after Longshadow.
You did hear something about, I believe it was Valley West, mentioned something about having 1,000 or so troops.
But Hursk and I had no idea, just because there's so many different valleys in the hills that there was no way to identify where it would be, really.
And you know that like the wyverns were put to another scouting camp, so it seems like it was just standard operating procedure. Once they broke a creature and got to train it, they would send it out to be useful.
So I guess Jessup will just kind of wrap up conversations. Was there anything you guys wanted to do? Pretty much grab the loot we can off the bodies, take all these.
I want to check this back room first. I don't think we got too much.
Yeah, we'll loot here, but Jessup will, I guess, I don't think we checked the bodies because we were too busy taking care of them. So I guess Jessup will check her, see what she's got, and then go from there.
Okay. So we'll do the bodies first, and then we'll move on to the rest of the exploration. So the snake didn't have anything on him.
What? It has slots. It didn't have any gear equipped.
No.
Any barding that could fit a beetle?
What kind of animal companion that doesn't have any equipment?
Oh, you guys would have been so screwed if that thing had barding. Come on. Right. So some of this stuff I'm just going to give to you because it's your spellcrafts are good enough that it's not a big deal. So the female hobgoblin, Rapral, she had +1 breastplate. She had just a standard normal buckler, not even masterwork, just a normal buckler. She had a +1 flaming scorpion whip.
Ooh.
She had an amulet of natural armor +1. She had a cloak of resistance +1. She had a magical ring, which I will have you roll on. And then she had 2 large gems. They look like opals. That could be worth something. I'd need an appraise check for those.
Jessup will aid on the spellcraft and
Hursk will aid as well.
Appraise check on whoever wants to roll off on those.
Yeah, can we say that happens when Kieran comes back out?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, we can do all this at once. That's fine.
All right, so I have a 5 in appraise, so not great. I can roll to aid somebody.
I have 0. I'm just going to try to roll. So
0.
Oh, okay, well,
Oh,
I'll
I
try.
aided.
I got the same thing you did.
Hey, 3
15, 15, 15.
And that is consistency.
That is a
Gideon want to try
19.
for a 15?
I'll try. Why not? What's it gonna hurt?
DC 15.
If you get a 15, we win the adventure path.
The whole thing.
Oh,
No.
Oh, you ruined it.
I'm sorry, I'm better than you.
So
21.
with all of those rolls, you are looking at these opals. They're fairly large. You think you could probably get 200 gold pieces for each of them, so 400 together.
Cool.
Okay.
And then you can roll a spellcraft for the ring.
Okay. Spellcraft coming right up. Wow.
Did you get +4 to that?
Did I get +4? So that's a
Yeah.
20. That's
Just
Me and Jessup both
don't
8.
think that's
I
good.
doubt that it did it if that's the case.
If he didn't give it to us. Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean DC is 20. The only reason I had you roll for it is because it's not. It looks very familiar to rings that you guys have already, but it is a darker shade of bronze. It is a ring of protection +2.
Oh.
So, and she has. So that was all of her other gear, and then of course they have to split up the between gear and other gear. So she did have a wand, which wasn't listed with all the other things. I don't know why they split it up between 2 paragraphs, but
Do you want a spellcraft on that?
yes, I would like a spellcraft on it. The wand.
Okay.
Okay,
There we
30.
go. 30.
You'll like this. It is a wand of cure serious wounds
Oh.
with
50 charges?
15.
Oh, jeez. I
Oh.
thought you were going with 50. I was like, hot diggity dog.
15 charges.
Kieran, can you take off one of the cloaks of resistances? Jessup is
Yeah.
going to try to rearrange some of his inventory so he can wear one of those because he is tired of save throws.
We only have 7 of them, so
I know. I figured. Can you like some of the games? Can I merge like 3 of them together and to make it a +2? Is that how it works?
If
yes,
only.
I think that's how it works.
If only.
Isn't that what Aiden did?
Yeah.
He certainly tried.
He had the cloak of many weapons, you know?
I liked
Um,
having lots of things.
Yeah, it was handy.
It was.
So that was her. On the male, he would have gone down to normal size too. On the male hobgoblin cleric up there, you find +1 splint mail. He had a +1 morning star. He had a masterwork heavy crossbow. He had some bolts. He had a cloak of resistance +1. He had a headband, which you can roll for. And then, of course, he had a spell component pouch. He had an unholy symbol of Hadragash. And he had 24 gold pieces on his person.
I'm assuming this is probably a headband that Hursk is going to want.
I mean, I already have one, but
What is it? Wisdom, I'm assuming.
No, dexterity.
Your
That's
belt
a
is
belt.
dexterity.
This is a
This
headband.
would be a headband of wisdom.
Wait, are you wearing
Oh.
a belt on your forehead?
Yes. Don't judge me.
He's got 2 belts.
Yeah, I don't actually have a headband. What does that look like? No. No headband.
I can just picture covering your eyes.
Oh my gosh. Somebody else roll spellcraft because I just rolled a natural 1.
Well, it doesn't automatically fail.
Well, a 13, I'm pretty sure.
I ate.
I mean, a 13 is 100% not going to do it. But
Because it's base
Wait
15.
a minute.
So.
Wait a minute, Sarah. This is what? How?
so, are you guys aiding or are you rolling on your own?
I was rolling to aid.
I
someone.
normally aid Kieran.
Yeah, it was
so
gonna
I
be an
assume-
aid.
Okay.
Wait a
So that would
minute.
make it a 15.
So
that
what
would
happened?
make it a
19.
Does
17. And then
Hursk
if he
have
aids
the
in
highest
19.
bonus?
For spellcraft?
Yeah.
Are you still buffed?
Apparently.
He has
I am.
heroism on.
Yeah, hang on.
But
Yep,
you
there we
still
go.
have heroism.
He should
Heroism is fine. Yeah, heroism's fine.
Yeah, so I have a +2 to it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So my normal is
The same.
is the same as Kieran's. Yeah.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah.
And I think Jessup's is the same.
So, yeah, with that, you're not able to figure out what this headband is.
He throws it in the garbage can.
Okay.
Oh, don't treat this like the glaive. Jessup will take because I do have some spells that can help. So I guess if you find some other goodies back there, Kieran, we'll pile them together and see if I can use identify.
All right, I'll see what I can find.
Jessup's not going to roll on his own because he aided, so we'll wait, and then he will roll identify on all the items that we can't pick up normally.
Okay. All right. So we will move on to the next chamber that you are investigating here. As you guys enter this last chamber, you can see a table to the corner that is stacked with maps, and it has drawings on the wall behind it that are scratched into the wall, like etched into the wall, very crude, that depict what appear to be stylized eyes and creatures writhing in flames. You see sheets and furs of a massive bed next to the table there, and it looks like this might have been the sleeping quarters of the commander. It is much more lavish than any of the tents outside.
Is there anything detecting magic within this vicinity?
You detect magic in this room. You do not detect anything magical here. No. No, actually, some of the papers are magical.
Oh, are they scrolls?
It looks like there are 5 scrolls.
Ooh, boy.
Diggity dog.
So you can roll a bunch of spellcrafts for those if you'd like.
Okay. So, scroll number 1 is a 30.
Okay.
Well, Jessup would aid if you tell him, so it's a free +2 for you.
Yeah.
And so 15 plus the caster level of the item. This would be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 20. Oh, so a 5th level spell would only be DC 24. Okay. So you easily identify the first scroll as a scroll of break enchantment.
Oh. Okay, that's nice.
You can roll for the next one.
Fancy.
The next one is a 32.
The next one is a scroll of freedom of movement.
Excellent.
That's
I lied. There's
also
only
nice.
4. The last 2 are the same, so just one more check.
Okay, watch this suck. 20. And
20.
then with Jessup's would be a 22. and
Hursk
then-
would be a 24.
Hursk would aid. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a 4th level spell, so you are able to identify 2 scrolls of restoration.
Oh my.
Neat.
That is a nice haul in the scrolls there. Wow.
What were the table, like the whole list of scrolls then?
Break enchantment, freedom of movement, and 2 restoration.
That's very nice.
Yep. And as you guys are identifying these, Hursk, with your 31 perception looking around this room, you don't see anything super valuable in the room, but you do, out of the corner of your eye, you do see the crevice in the wall that looks like it probably leads to another chamber hidden beyond.
Oh.
All right. If
It
you
looks
guys...
like it's a bit narrow, though, just so you're aware. Medium creatures probably would have to make an escape artist check to actually get past it, but just so you know.
Huh.
Okay.
Um,
Where's it at? Oh, right there. Okay.
Yep, right here.
I don't think I have anything that would help with that.
I do. I can turn into a bug.
You can turn into a bug?
No,
Oh.
but I can take a animal thing that I think helps with escape artists.
Oh, all right. Well, have at it then, Hursk.
Maybe. I have to go through them all. I don't have them memorized. A lot of them are acrobats.
There's only like 10 of them.
Yeah. There's only 10 of them, and they each do 2 different things.
Yeah, while you guys are looking around, Kyra would have gone to check on the other people.
Well, I assumed he had escorted them out, Gideon,
Oh, okay.
to the hall.
Move her back out to the area.
No, I don't really have anything that helps with escape artists. It's all acrobatics.
Oh,
Man.
what's
if
everybody's
only-
escape artist?
If the cave was grappling you, I could help you.
Jessup has a 7.
Minus
counts as
5.
Well, 7's better than -5.
I have a 2.
4.
Do you have a reduce person.
Nope.
No.
So what do you need to roll to get through there, Jason? I'm sorry.
So looking at this little crack in the wall, it looks like a creature of medium size, in order to traverse it, would have to make a escape artist check to be able to kind of fidget their way through and not get stuck.
What if they're stuck? They, in theory, could reattempt the escape artist check.
Yes.
Can you take 10 on it? Because, or not 10. Can you take 20 on it? Because I don't know if there's a failure if you stuck forever.
I
You have to
I
chew your own
believe
arm
you
off.
can, as long as there's no,
Like damage, like fail state.
as long as there's not a trap.
Ah.
Yeah, but in theory, it would be a situation you could take 20.
Yeah, escape artist is one of the ones that you can technically take 20 on normally. Yeah.
Yeah, so Jessup has a 7, so he could try, or if somebody could get, if anybody has higher than a 4, he could inspire competence them to give them a +3 to escape artist.
Nope, mine's only a 2.
I have a 4.
Negative 5.
All right, the fluffy bod is gonna try to squeeze his.
Suck it in tight.
There's a tad bit of narrative dissonance there, to be honest, but...
How is the fattest one getting through this hole?
Right? Right?
Oh, Danny DeVito steps up.
Jessup will take
I'll
a-
go through. Not
It's
the
a-
skinny wizard with the abs. No.
It's like Jello just kind of like forms with the wall.
Oh, there you go. That's what it is. Yeah.
So Jessup will take a 20 if he's allowed to for a 27.
Okay.
Stuck, he says.
You begin to shimmy your way through, and it is very, very tight. There's a couple moments where you feel like you go to move and you're like not moving very far. You're like, oh crap.
Guys.
But you're able to just barely get through all of those. And there's a couple times where like rocks kind of trickle down from above you, and you kind of look up and you're like wondering if it's going to collapse on top of you, but you are able to successfully get through to the other side safely. And
As Jessup sees that, he looks back and, if something were to happen to me and I can't get out, please make up something way more heroic than me just getting stuck in a crack in a cave.
Jessup, I mean, you're the one that tells the stories, so not
Oh
sure
crap,
what
we
we
better
can
get
do.
out of here. So he slithers through with this aspect of the stuff.
Oh,
okay.
could we have come through this side too?
Jessup,
it's
once you
shorter.
get in, it looks like there is another entrance, it looks like. And you can actually see the distinct marking of foot traffic through here. And you remember you did see a halfling amongst their number, so it looks like maybe somebody was sneaking in here every now and then. And what you do see in this room is a fairly large chamber for what's in it. There are, as you are now aware, 2 narrow cracks that lead in, and to the edge of it there is what appears to be a deep well of mineral-laden water. And you kind of look into the water, and it's fairly clear. It looks like it's drinkable and all of that. It looks like it goes pretty deep. You're not sure how deep it goes, but it looks like it goes pretty deep.
I'm assuming it's deep enough that Jessup couldn't see anything nice at the bottom.
You can roll a perception check to see. I
Could
imagine
Jessup
you
take
have a
20?
light with you, right?
Well, Jessup could feasibly cast dancing lights down the well, couldn't he? I don't think there's anything water would stop that.
Vision for 60 feet, so you could see down
I
for
don't
60 feet.
know if
Well, I could send
water
it
would.
100 feet down, and then it would illuminate 60 feet. So
I don't know if water would obstruct dancing lights.
But it's magic lights. It's not like fire.
Yeah, but like I don't know if line of effect would come into play with water.
Yeah, see, a lot of people say they would allow it to happen in like liquids, but not solids.
Yeah. So, yeah. You look down with dark vision, 60 feet. You don't see the bottom. You put your dancing lights down, and you move them down about 100 feet, and then you can see the bottom of this well. And if you spend some time to really look around, see if you notice anything, you do see what looks to be a faint glint at the bottom.
Oh crap!
You're not sure what it is, but it almost looks like there's like skeletal remains and then holding on to something that's kind of shining, or it's at least reflecting off of the light.
Hey, party! Who's good at swimming? By that I mean Gideon. Don't answer.
He doesn't.
You would sink to the bottom real fast, though.
Stonewalled confidence.
I'm not great at it, but I'm not terrible at it.
Well, I can surprisingly fit through these tight corridors, but I'm more of a floater than a sinker.
The only problem is, how are we going to get in there if we can swim?
Oh, I can try to give you some tips now that I've kind of shimmied my way through here. I'm sure I loosened up some of the rocks with my gut.
I'm not sure. I can try.
I'm actually pretty good at swimming.
So I did think about that, Jason. But the
that works.
Dimension dooring when you're underwater, because there's the spell failure chance.
Yep.
Because it's only verbal. So.
Yep.
So I guess Jessup spoke to Hursk earlier about who is better with getting through, knowing that Jessup was a little better. Coincidentally, metagaming. If I give him a +7 and he takes a 20, he should be able to make it through as well.
Okay.
So Jessup will use. I guess he could start a round of bardic performance, so he will inspire competence.
All right. If you spend your performance.
Well, because I think I need to be within 30 feet. I don't. Is it line of sight though, or is it just hearing me?
Inspired competence? I thought it was just hearing you because you're verbal.
For this specific instance, I don't particularly care.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So I will spend 1 round, and then I can drop it to linger. So I don't know how many checks he has to feasibly make, but it would be 3 rounds.
So yeah, with that, Hursk, you are able to get through to the chamber alongside Jessup, and you see the same things that he did. What is your swim check?
Well, as Hursk gets over there, he begins crab walking to get in the headspace of the crab so that he can spend a minute to take on the vermin focus of the crab to give him a temporary bonus of +6 to his swim.
That should be how it is described. In order to take on the animal focus, you have to move
pretend
like
to be
the animal.
Yes, canon. From now on, you have to
in
do
my
that
head
from now
that's
on.
what you have to do. Yeah. So he starts crab walking to get in the headspace.
That's how he goes into the water too.
It sounds silly, but it also sounds kind of like it reminds me of like martial arts, where like you have like the crouching tiger and like different like fighting styles based off of animals like cobras and stuff like that.
So with that makes my +13 to swim.
Okay. So if you take 10, getting a 23, that is easily enough to swim down in this relatively calm water. And you do still have the dancing lights there at the bottom, so you know where you're going. You swim down, and again, it's 100 feet down, so you're going a ways. It takes you a while to get down there. However, you can hold your breath for, I believe, it's twice your Constitution score. So you have like 2 minutes at least. So you're able to get down to the bottom there, and you can see the remains of what looks to be a creature very reminiscent to the harpies that you encountered, actually. The skeletal structure looks like it's humanoid but with wings, so possibly a harpy. But where one of the hands would be grasping, you see what appears to be a long staff of some sort, maybe. And you look up, and the light of the dancing lights actually continues. Like, this well branches off at the bottom and goes further, beyond your line of sight, out of 120-foot range. You don't know how long this goes, but it keeps going.
Right there. Go deeper. Drown.
Yeah. You got another few minutes.
Unless you have some means of breathing underwater, you would not be able to get much further, because you're moving at a quarter of your speed because you don't have a swim speed. So if
Yeah.
you double move, you're getting like 10 feet around. So it technically took you a minute to get down. So you have like a minute to get back.
But if you find an air pocket underneath, just think of how far you could delve.
Yep.
Delve.
That's terrifying.
No, thank you.
That reminds me, you ever see that video of like the scuba things? It's like, do not go in here, you will die.
Yeah, and then they go, and you're like, you're an idiot. You're dumb.
Jessup took that sign down before he called Hursk in here.
Covered it with
Yeah.
some sand.
No, it had like a picture of like a Grim Reaper. It's like scuba divers beware, no exit, guaranteed death or something like that. And I was like, don't go in there.
Challenge accepted. So do you grab the thing and start swimming up, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you emerge from the well, and you come back up next to Jessup, and you have this appears to be some sort of bronze metal staff of a sort. It's got like a red ruby gem fixture at the top.
Do I detect magic?
It is magical.
Okay. It goes pretty deep down there. I couldn't make it all the way. It went further than your lights would show me. I think this well goes pretty far, but I couldn't hold my breath long enough. But I was able to retrieve this from the bottom, and he'll show it to Jessup.
Job, Hursk. We should get this back to Kieran and see if he can figure out what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess
And
just for safety cautions, Jessup will spend another bardic performance to give Hursk another +3, and then we'll just both take a 27 to get through.
Okay.
we tight. I love how the two
Yeah.
largest body characters are the ones that went through the crevices. Like, what?
Yeah.
Pathfinder, man, it makes sense.
Short, fat characters are the ones that went through the crevice instead of the lean.
Did you find anything in there?
Yeah,
I actually do
Hursk
have a
found
thing
this.
that gives me a +6 to my Constitution rolls against suffocation.
And that you could get pretty far. All I'm saying, it's possible. You just need an air pocket.
What a dumb way for a character for a PC to die. What happened? I
got
went in a cave
greedy.
that I shouldn't have, and I got greedy, and I drowned.
Yeah, if you had kept going, then I would have been like, okay, let's
Now-
figure out round by round how long it takes.
I know that we said that that's stupid, but all of us here darn well have pressed quick save in a game, and we have done that. We have all done that.
yeah.
I don't have a quick save for my
Oh,
PC. I can't
yeah.
be like, Jason, I'd like to quick save right here
Well-
before I go further into the cave.
In a game, you know that the devs must have made a way to get there.
Right.
Yeah. That's
You
the
don't
one,
know if there is a way to get there with this one.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've always laughed about game design, though. I was lamenting to my friend when I was young, the idea of game devs was not in your head space. So like everything could have been a mystery or like something to uncover, and now it's very clearly able to see what's intentional and what's not. You know, it's like, oh yeah, there's nothing here. I'm moving on.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you guys can roll on this staff if you wanted to identify it.
I'll roll an aid just because
Sure.
Like normal.
I invested in it.
Wow.
Ooh,
That's
Okay,
like
Kieran.
my
30.
third
She
30
gets a
on a spell save.
36.
30.
Nice.
Whoa.
All right.
Whoa.
So 30 plus any aids is enough to identify this item. And you actually identify it is not, in fact, bronze, but it is made of bronze wood. And it
Ooh.
has brass bindings. So, interestingly enough, I had to look this up. Bronze wood doesn't seem to appear in Pathfinder, but it does in 3.5. It says bronze wood is a special type of wood that can replace steel in most items. It costs the same as mithril, but light armors can't be made out of it, etc. So it's a very light but very tough sort of wood
Okay.
that I guess they didn't technically bring over from 3.5 except in this item description. You identify this as a staff of fire.
Is everything fire and not lightning?
Ironic that it's under water, but
It's
all right.
underwater.
Yeah. So yeah,
Can we
this staff
tell how-
is what is
So
that?
staves, those they don't recharge or they do recharge? I don't know. how
They
staves
can
work.
be
Soul gems.
recharged.
Okay.
Yeah, so staves hold a maximum of 10 charges. Each spell cast from a staff consumes one or more charges. When a staff runs out, it cannot be used until it is recharged. Each morning when a spellcaster prepares spells or regains spell slots, he can imbue one staff with a portion of his power so long as one or more of the spells cast by the staff is on his spell list, and he is capable of casting at least one of the spells. Imbuing a staff with this power restores one charge of the staff, but the caster must forego one prepared spell or spell slot of level equal to the highest level spell cast by the staff. Yeah, and it goes into more detail
So
there.
basically,
I-
how wands work
What's
in
the
2e.
staff? Is it staff
So
of fire?
a staff of fire, by expending one charge, you can cast Burning Hands. This is caster level 8th.
Oh.
2 charges, you can expend a Fireball. 3 charges, you can cast Wall of Fire.
Oh, all the fires.
I
we got a
love
feeling
this,
that's
though.
gonna be handy.
It is
Because-
worth 18,950 gold.
The example they give under recharging staves, it says, for example, a 9th level wizard with a staff of fire could imbue the staff with 1 charge per day by using up one of his 4th level spells. So it's almost like the game is like, Sarah, why are you playing a lightning sorcerer when you could be playing a fire wizard?
So I'm just saying it's bit us in the butt multiple times. That's all I'm
It
saying.
Well,
really
Now,
has.
Yeah.
Do those charges refresh per day?
No.
No,
No,
you have to
she has
expend
to.
power.
She has to charge it, and it's 1 charge per day that can be done. And I would like to point out there is a staff of electricity, but it is caster level 11th, 31,900 gold,
Ooh.
and it casts Shocking Grasp, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning. So
Well,
so
I mean, that's just because lightning is more powerful than fire.
So does this staff currently have any charges on it?
it looks like it is full.
fully
And how many can it
charged?
have?
10. 10 charges.
Ooh, there you go, kid.
Too bad you can
Well-
just swap it out and be like, oh, actually, it was a staff of lightning all along. Yes.
That might be
That's
that might be
exactly-
handy.
I
during
genuinely considered
That's
it, but then I
exactly
saw
what
the
the-
cost difference, and I was like, eesh. Maybe not.
That's exactly what the book said. Lightning.
Could you
Yeah, but
just
while-
make it a staff of lightning that had 0 charges, and then I would have
That
had
would've
to
been
build
cool.
it back?
Yeah, then she would have had to build it up. That seems fair.
That would have
seems
seemed fair.
0
That-
charges.
0
She has to charge
charges.
it back up,
I'm getting
It's
rid of
that,
spells,
uh,
Jason.
and she
It
gets
would-
a staff of
And,
electricity.
and it would
instead of
take
a staff of
longer. It would
fire.
take longer to get the big
but
one.
I'm just saying, if we have to fight troops, they take more damage from fire than electricity.
The only thing is he's a spontaneous don't. caster, so having
I thought
a
they did. I
slot
thought
left
they took
over
more
is
for
not
fire.
very
The swarms.
difficult to do.
I'm taking swarms.
But lightning bolt is a spread too, so they've taken plus
all
50% on
area
lightning.
damage does more. Yeah.
Fine.
So
The only
That's
problem is
Hursk
that chain...
holding it up in the light, and he's
Chain
like,
lightning is
"Well,
ridiculous.
this isn't red. This is clearly a blue gem on the top of this staff.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah,
this
the only
is
problem
blue,
is
not red."
chain lightning is a 6th level spell. So
Which
Well, then you just make it that
Oh,
you can
okay,
use
problem.
the other ones.
you can only use the ability if you could have cast the spell.
Jason, I'm already nerfing my character by putting him several caster levels behind a full progression caster, so.
nerf. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're a dragon disciple.
Have you
Sarah.
seen
you're
his
about to,
list?
You're about to go
Yeah.
ham in a level or two.
Yeah, not next level. Next level is very underwhelming. But
No, but once you hit, is it 11th level? Is your huge power spike where because you get like form and aspect. Oh, sorry.
the funny thing about sorcerers, Josh,
Shut your
Oh,
mouth. Shut your mouth.
yeah. All you need to know is this big level. He gets a burrow speed. We already spoiled
yeah,
it for everybody.
I'm a burrow
Spoiled.
everywhere.
Do you get? A
I would like to
bonus?
appreciate that you could clearly see Jason was thinking about it for a minute. He considered it for a minute.
He really
you can
did.
see it on his face.
He
He,
was-
considered that for a minute of like, yeah, I mean that's not a terrible deal, but no, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, so before we divvy up the loot that we found, Jessup, I think you just have the headband to cast Identify on if you want to, or if you want to save it till the next day, that's fine too. But that's the only thing I think we didn't identify because
I mean,
I'm a
Hursk can just put
failure.
it on and just see what stat it increases, right? Isn't that how?
I feel more wise.
I think he feels more wise.
I
I
feel.
feel wise. His beard gets a little longer.
I mean,
you know?
the only thing I can think of is there's got to be wisdom, maybe charisma for more channels for some reason. guessing wisdom.
I don't know. You can try to identify it.
Let's see. I think I do have quite a few level 1 slots.
Or you
I
can
only
spend a
use
higher
2.
level slot.
Why not? Sure.
Okay. Roll another spellcraft with a +10.
Do we get to
Can I-
8 on that one or no?
I mean,
Yeah, you can aid.
technically, I already passed my aid check, so I can already say what Gideon was thinking, I think. Or do you start
Yeah,
rolling?
That's
so
29.
It is a headband.
a 29 is enough to identify it as a headband of alluring charisma.
Oh.
See,
Oh.
I knew it might be.
+4?
Boo!
Is that so he could channel?
+4?
It must have been. No, it was only +2. It's not a +4.
I don't know. I already have a headband of alluring charisma.
Oh, Jessup would have convinced you all that it was a +2 if it was higher.
Well, Hursk, do you want to be more charismatic like the rest of us?
What are you trying to say?
Well, I mean, the belt doesn't really go there. You can put this instead.
Wear the belt around your waist and put
Listen,
the
I
headband.
don't feel real comfortable with you guys judging my fashion choices. I don't make fun of any of your choices. I'd prefer that we leave mine alone.
Well, here, maybe if you put the headband around your waist, it would give you the bonus as well.
Okay, I'll do that.
The gut band of alluring charisma.
God, band of alluring. Yes.
See, that's why dwarves have a dumped charisma, because they wear it around their waist.
Around their waist.
It
Actually,
doesn't
yeah.
actually help.
It is canon. They don't have a head slot. They actually have 2 belt slots.
2 belt slots.
But one has to be a mental stat boosting item. It's really
That's-
weird.
That's
nuance
Jessup. He had to
in
put.
the
Yeah,
rules.
he needed rope to hold the belt up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not a
so-
lot of people know about that part.
Yeah, so unconventionally, we have headband of dex and belt of charisma.
Interesting. So, all right. So you're taking the headband of charisma. I'll take that off the sheet. So Kieran will kind of list out the other things, and he'll say, "There's an amulet of natural armor. I already have one. So if anybody needs a boost there,
Nah, I'm good.
It's just a
Hursk.
+1, right?
just a +1. Yes.
You have one. Thank you,
Have one?
though. Yep.
All right.
I also
All
have
right.
one.
So we'll just save that for a rainy day. Next, we've got a ring of protection +2.
I have a vote on who gets that.
Um,
Probably somebody who gets smacked more than me.
Yeah.
I
Well-
would say, Gideon, you are kind of a frontline fighter, but you do have ways to kind of heal yourself out of the gate. Kieran, I know that you have some spells. Granted, you've been smacked around a lot, but if you don't mind me saying, give an input, I think a lot of people have been pissed off at Hursk lately.
Well, I do have low charisma, so
Well, now
I
that's
Not
want belts on
anymore.
my head.
Not anymore.
anymore, though. You're very charismatic now.
I do
Use
fine,
your
Hursk.
whole-
You'll be me.
yeah, you're a couple diplomacy rolls from saving some HP.
Yeah.
If I may say, I don't want the ring. Mine is a bit sentimental, so I'll keep mine, and someone else can have it.
Yeah, I'm fine with Hursk taking it.
You have 9 other fingers.
Well,
Yeah, funny story about that. I mean, for somebody who wears a belt on their head, you can only wear 2 rings or toe rings. We just gotta
No,
These,
you can
these fashion rules are ridiculous.
You can technically wear more. You can only just benefit from 2.
You humans are silly people.
Yeah, no, you can wear 2. The other ones, yeah, just non-magical stuff. Only 2 magical ones.
Well, yeah. I mean, if nobody else wants it, I'll take it. I already have a ring of protection +1. If anyone wants it, or we can just.
No.
Oh, we can use it. We are just giving it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I
I'll
appreciate
swap
it.
out your +1 for the +2 and put the +1 on the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okie dokie. All right. So Hursk, you're making out pretty well.
Yeah, it's going great.
With
Just
stuff
a-
that he doesn't really need.
Right.
Yeah.
J-
I was
just
gonna say I actually have a pretty high AC. I mean, my AC's 27 now.
Wait a
Like,
minute. You're the same as me?
Yeah, because I have Beetle since Titan's technically dead. When he
Yeah.
comes back, it'll go down by
Yeah.
4. But,
That's crazy, though. We're like take brothers.
yeah.
Mine's about to
So-
go up, though, once I get my shield back. The
Till
+2
Titan comes
shield.
back, and then it'll drop.
Jessup, here's a wand I think will be very helpful in keeping the rest of us alive, if you don't mind.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I do.
I can't use it really well. I can try, but it's hit or miss. All right, so that takes care of that. And then there's some scrolls here. So these 2 scrolls, Gideon, I think would be best suited for you.
I'll take them.
Well, maybe Jessup, actually. Let me check. Restoration is
No, that's
not a
cleric.
bard spell.
That's cleric.
All right, so you can probably hang on to those. And then Jessup, you and I can both use these other 2, so I don't know if you have a preference. They're both pretty high. So out of character, they're both, or Break Enchantment's a level 4 bard spell, and Freedom of Movement is also a level 4 bard spell.
If you wanna hold on to it, I honestly have so many wands. I don't know how they're fitting all in my pockets. They're kind of poking me in the side.
Well, these are scrolls, so you could just roll them up.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to lose some gear here.
Oh, all right.
So I
Well,
can
they
put on
don't
this
actually
cloak.
weigh anything, but
Yeah, I'm just trying to be polite. Keep them.
I'll keep them. All right. I'll take care of them. Thank you. All right. I think that was all of it. Did pretty well.
Yeah, that and a couple thousand platinum. That was a good haul.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute. So, if I'm not mistaken, to make a scroll or something, you have to have the material there with you, right, Jace?
Correct.
So that was they're 1,700 each for those scrolls of restoration.
Yeah, they include the material component in them.
That's
So, Jason?
expensive.
For these scrolls, what would be the caster level?
Whatever the minimum caster level is. So what's the spell level for it?
Yeah, but like what class? So like Break Enchantment, would I just assume Sorcerer Wizard?
You always default to Sorcerer Wizard. If that's not an option, you then go to Cleric, and then you go to other
Okay.
things after that, but you rarely get past those 2.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm doing this right, if it's a 5th level spell,
That would
you
be
need a 15 intelligence, which would be a
Yeah.
+2, so it would be a DC 17.
the DC for it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'm just trying to make a note of the DC.
Is it
For-
5th level?
I don't think Break Enchantment has a DC.
I know, I understand that. I'm just doing that for all of my scrolls, so
Okay.
that if it comes up, if I ever need it, it's just handy. And then Freedom of Movement would be similar but different by 1. 16. No, it would still be the same DC 7. No, DC 16. Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
All right, well, I think this was our last stop, wasn't it? We don't have anywhere else to go, so just head back to Longshadow and start making preparations.
Yeah, guess we can reclaim. We can relieve these Iron Fang corpses of the gear and use that to repurpose to Longshadow. Bring these folk back, and I guess start figuring our game plan from there.
Did we
get back
see
in-
any like correspondence in the room, Jason, to like the other
Not-
camps or anything? Like-
well, to the other camps you've been to, for sure. Yeah, you see
Okay.
maps marked with the other camps.
But
you
nothing
don't
different.
see anything with nothing new. You see
Okay.
maps that have like marks where there probably have been attacks. So you see Rajyath Hollow is marked out. You see Redborough is marked out. You see Ekru is marked out, but no new information from any of them.
Okie dokie.
So yeah, I think if we can make pretty good time going back, which we can hustle with the horses and these people, we can maybe have some time still to do some training for the newbies. How about that, Gideon? You feel like being a little rough and tough today with some of the new blood over there?
I don't know about rough and tough, but I would like to defend Longshadow.
You seem a little depressed today. Are you okay? Was it that snake?
No, I'm fine.
That was convincing.
Unclear.
Sense motive.
Yeah, I'm gonna sense motive him. He is sad. Jessup will find out why.
Kieran's gonna
Crap
sense
baskets. That was not a
too,
very good.
with an 8.
Well, he said he was fine.
Well,
Jessup, I think he's just tired. I would leave him alone.
we can do. I can technically roll bluff. Is bluff against the sense motive? Is that
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
He seems fine.
Jessup's a little kind of, but whatever. Well,
it's nothing. A bottle of wine won't carry you. When we get back to Longshadow, it's on me.
I forgot that was the other game we're playing with the wine.
Oh, the 68 bottles of wine.
Spoilers.
Kieran does have a bottle of wine on his person.
We're not evil, I promise.
Yeah, don't ask what we're doing in that campaign. Anywho, so do we? I don't know if Jason's fine with it. Do we just want to time skip, assuming we did everything, healed the horses, and hustled back to Longshadow?
I'm fine.
Yeah, and grab the
I don't
people.
think
Obviously,
there's-
take the people with us.
Obviously.
How many invocations do you have left, Gideon?
4.
4. So you could hustle for 4 more hours, which would be.
We do have wands, though.
Yeah, cure light wounds.
If we want
Yeah,
Well,
we have
let's-
enough
I'll move you
healing.
back here. Trying to figure out exactly. So from where you are, getting back to Longshadow is 35 miles. Hustling for 4 hours would get you 32 miles, so it wouldn't really matter if you hustled the last mile or not. So 5 hours is what you're looking at to get back.
And what time is it now?
So you guys attacked first thing in the morning, yes?
Yeah.
So at this point, with all of the looting around, finding everything, talking to people, all the battle, it's around 10:30 to 11. So you'd get back at like 4-ish in the afternoon, evening.
I feel, Kieran, that I'll agree with you in this one instance. I think I would like a bed for tonight. So if we can make it all the way to Longshadow, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. So yep, you guys go ahead and skip back to Longshadow, expending invocations and whatnot to make sure everybody is able to get back there without any issue. And you return to town around 4 o'clock, a little bit after maybe, and you can get in, and the guards, upon seeing you, it looks like they go and they notify the mayor that you've returned. And by the time you make it to, I think normally when you come back, you go to the town hall with the people that you find and drop them off there, or how have you been doing that before?
They've just been leaving and doing their own thing, depending.
Yeah, but haven't you always been bringing them to like some central location where they could do something, or have you just been dropping them off on the side of the street?
Basically, it was
You
different
kick
ones
him out of the wagon.
It was different ones for different things. So like some people were from Longshadow, so just had homes or places to.
Yeah, I think we
lives
gave
to
we
return
gave
to.
people gold and they did whatever. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
in this case we could probably tell them the main chick there, forgot her name, starts with a K.
Kiana.
Kiana. We can explain to her
Kyara.
because she was from where? Ridias Hollow.
Yes, she said that she was taken at not Redia's Hollow, at Redborough.
Redborough. Does everybody from Redborough, or is it from an assortment?
The majority of that group was from Redborough. Yeah.
I guess I would just encourage them once we bring them back to go see the mayor, talk to them, explain everything, and then he could do whatever.
Okay.
How many people were there?
With her included, 21.
Okay. So if we gave them each, like, I don't know,
I think we gave them 2 gold each last
2
time.
gold, so that's 42 gold. So I can take that out of the inventory.
Jessup can do that. It's his people.
And she would have grabbed a bunch of stuff while you guys were looking around, like that back room that had trail rations. She grabbed a couple rations for everybody. She stole some of the extra garments from their tents that were kind of in the footlockers to make sure everybody had better clothes, at least for now. So she did some of the basics, at least. So yeah, they would just need lodging mostly.
Yep. So Jessup gave them all 2 gold out of his party or his funds.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are in town. Is there anything specific that you plan on doing right now?
Well, Jessup still got time. What can Jessup roll on to help Longshadow? 'Cause he ain't going to bed.
I believe each check. Whoops.
Because I think we only did the
Whoopsie-doo.
Rangers, and Hursk did some gathering at Jessup's homestead.
Handouts here.
That's all I can
Well-
remember.
I went pumpkin picking.
Oh yeah, and then Gideon, I helped him with intimidating some of the new soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so every action takes about 5 or so hours. So that would put you at like 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Certain actions you wouldn't be able to do at that time because you would require other people's help.
Right.
Are there any actions that I could conceivably do?
City walls you wouldn't be able to do without workers. Internal defenses, militia drills,
Hey
reinforcements.
guys, you should help fix this wall. The imminent war's coming. We'll get to it tomorrow. We're gonna go to bed tonight. Okay, all right.
The only one that I can see that you would really be able to do is gathering siege supplies.
Yep.
Because that has to do with hunting and trapping and such. So I could see that one. But that's pretty much it.
That's
Sure.
pretty much
Jessup
the only one.
We'll try for that then, if needed, unless somebody else wants to that can roll better. Because I
We-
think
we
we can only
can-
do that one so many times, correct?
Only twice, but if there's no other thing we can do, we might as
Yeah,
well
you've done it
all-
once because Hursk did it once already.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and it would probably be best to let Hursk do that one again because he's not going to be real useful on the other stuff.
Okay, well, just because Jessup will expend 4 rounds of bardic performance for omnipresent mentor to give you a +3 for you to do your crap for that 4 or 5 hours. So I think
Okay.
Kieran, you had flying. I think I gave you, but that's gone. So now Hursk has got the bonus for that.
All right. So with a 33 survival check, you are easily able to go out and gather a good portion more supplies for the town. Maybe you hunt down a boule or two, something like that.
I
You
think
bring it
Jessup would
back.
go with Hursk and gave him the aid bonus from that, and he would just kind of do what Hursk says. He would like wheel a car or hand him arrows or whatever he says, just helping as best he can.
So,
Yep.
So I will remove that from the document and I'll add another 5. So you're now at 75 defense points, and that is no longer an option.
All right, good job, Hursk. That was a heck of a lot easier than this morning.
Yeah, I wish all days were like that. Maybe once the Legion's gone, we can go back to days like that.
I am 100% confident that once we go to bed, until the war, it's going to be super low key, and we're going to be able to just kind of relax and just hang around Longshadow and bolster its defenses. I'm sure nothing will come up.
Well, tomorrow I'll probably spend most of the day trying to get Titan back, but yeah,
Oh yeah, Sorry
yeah.
about that.
It's okay. It's okay. I probably wouldn't be much use elsewhere anyway. I'm only really good at hunting. I don't know much about city
Well-
walls and such.
You know, between you and me, if you're not really going to wear that headband, it's worth quite a bit of gold. Maybe you can trade it for bringing back Titan.
Yeah, I might have to. I'm not exactly a rich man. I don't have a whole lot of money.
Well, I think that since the party gave it to you, you're just repurposing it, and Jessup doesn't know anything. Jessup kind of like nonchalantly walks away.
Works for me. I guess they'll make their way back to Longshadow.
Okay. So, yep. By the time that you guys get back, actually, those of you who maybe stayed behind and were doing other things, you were eventually found by a messenger and asked to come meet with the mayor. And then once you two return from your trip and get back to the front gate, the guards there would also pass along that the mayor wanted to speak with you guys if you got a chance. Doesn't have to be tonight, could be tomorrow morning. He's just has something he wanted to say.
I'm
Being that
gonna.
it's like 9 or so, I don't think Jessup would until tomorrow morning.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not 9 for us. We got a message because
Yeah, you
Yeah,
two could go
you two
early
do
if
it.
you wanted to.
Yeah. Gideon's gonna run to the shop before it closes, wherever it was that he commissioned the shield to get that +2 ceremonial
Yep.
shield back.
It's been enough time that that's ready. Yep.
Kieran goes to the jewelry shop. There was a jewelry shop.
There it was. Let me move to the Longshadow one. There's a Foragers, Alchemicals, and Emporium. There's Dominic's Reagents and Poultices.
Oh, that's
Ritra's
really cool.
Trading Post would have general stuff.
Okay. So he's going to go there to inquire about an item. But he finds that it's they don't have it. So he just
Yep.
leaves.
Okay. Yep, she
Um,
mentions how most of her goods come in from Cragadown. She's a dwarf from Cragadown who runs the shop, so
He
it's
would
been kind of hard for her to get quality items.
Okay, he would ask that if it comes something like this comes into her possession, that she put it on layaway, and he would give her the money for it if she has one.
Secret
she'll keep an eye
secrets
out.
with the GM.
Secrets.
Secrets. All kinds of secrets.
Yeah, Jason, do you remember that item I talked to you about? Is that in yet?
The potion of fly.
Shh, no, the other one, the other thing that
Well,
I
Let's just say
whispered to you about.
Jason said I had an 85% chance of this item being here, and I rolled a 100. So
Oh,
not here.
Amazing. Can
Yeah.
Jessup find it with his contacts? If only he knew what it was.
to a
You knew
different
what it was.
So I just noticed
Um,
some interesting text though. I was reading through the Longshadow's defenses. Under reinforcements, each unit of rescued slaves also adds 5 to the defense points. Is that right?
If you take that action, yes.
But we can only call upon the rangers once.
You can call upon the rangers once. You could call upon the group that you brought from the Ridgeline camp and Radia's Hollow. That's one group.
Okay.
The group you got from the Siege Crossing, that's another group. And the group you just got from the Warbeast camp. So you have 3 groups that you could try to train and enlist in
So
that
like-
category.
called on the Rangers, right? Didn't we?
Yeah.
send
You've already
someone?
did
called
the
on the
first
Rangers.
day.
I added that to the defense point total. It's just going to take a couple days for them
days.
to respond.
Right.
Gideon doesn't have a whole lot of pull, but he'll send a word to any of the groups, one of the groups, the first one, to say, if they want to help, it'd be great. It'd be good.
Like
That'd
to
be
meet,
swell.
like to meet you in the town square for some quick training.
No, just to that, because basically Gideon's gonna spend the train reinforcements actions tomorrow, is what he plans, the militia drills. So tonight he'll just let one of the groups of rescued slaves that they can join that militia if they want to.
Okay. Well, you can't do both with one check, but
No, but just asking the slaves to
Yeah.
help tonight, and
Okay.
then the other one will have to be tomorrow. So that'll be my 5 hours till 9 instead of responding to the meeting right away.
okay. So you wanted to roll for the reinforcements now.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
so I don't waste any time tonight.
Yep. The freed slaves are more willing to do something a little bit past hours because they are a bit more aware of the exact dangers that pose. So you can roll that to see.
Nice.
Wow.
So that
Well
is
done.
a 30 on that.
Because heroism is still up, right? Because that's hours per level.
That
No, it should be 10 minutes
is
per level.
10 minutes per level.
So that's 2 less. So 28.
28. Okay. So yeah, you are training these, or at least trying to train these individuals. You're kind of explaining a couple things about how to wield weapons and just basic tactics, trying to get them at least able to do some self-defense. And you go away for maybe a little bit. You're working specifically with one person who you think shows a good deal of promise. So you kind of bring them to the side, and you're like, okay, you seem to know what you're doing. Let's do some more advanced stuff. When you come back, all of the other trainees are just kind of like either gone or just like loafing around. And you just kind of see them. They're not really doing anything. What do you do?
Takes the flaming scorpion whip. Just starts
What?
cracking it.
He's walking back with the one, like, I'm assuming it's like some young guy who showed a bit of promise.
Yep.
Oh, well, I hope to see at least you tomorrow. Yeah. You did good today. What's his name?
The young guy's name was Alan.
Alan.
Yeah, you did well.
I was gonna say Frank.
Frank.
It's better than the time I had to come up with a name and it was Lucifer.
You came up with Lucifer for a dwarf.
Yeah. Thank you for your promise.
Herb the Blue.
And then he's just gonna walk back.
Okay.
He's not gonna.
You do not gain any defense points.
Oh, really? Not at all.
Nope. They didn't make any progress.
Wow. Wow.
You're not sure why, but for whatever reason, as soon as you left and came back, they like you told them to like continue their drills and like do this, and they for
I
whatever
guess
reason
I'm
they just didn't.
confused that I just asking for reinforcements is I okay, I see.
You
have
as
to-
far
I
as you
s-
know, you did everything right.
I see. You have to train the freed slaves, requires
No, as
Well-
far as you know, you did everything right.
Josh is stumped.
I am perplexed.
I mean, you could ask them what's going on, but you didn't do that.
yeah, no.
They just seemed like they weren't terribly worried about anything.
You could ask them, "What's your deal?"
Well, that's yeah.
It's because he doesn't have
Unfortunate-
the headband or
Yeah.
the belt band of Illusion Christmas.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's not the headspace because I am assuming with Gideon knows that he did the best he could.
No, you gave detailed instructions. They were very receptive. They were all very into it. But when you stepped away and came back, it seemed like any motivation or any sense of urgency, any fear that they might have had about what would be happening, they just were super nonchalant for whatever reason. It was a very stark difference.
They're enchanted.
He'll make a passing comment as he walks by and before he leaves for the night. Just basically, well, if any of you are still willing to fight and defend Longshadow, I expect to pick up training again tomorrow. You can join us wherever it is. He's going to meet the other ragtag volunteers that had showed up, and if any of them want to or say anything, he'll talk. But otherwise, if there's equal nonchalance, he's just like talking at a group of silent people, he'll just leave.
You kind of make a comment there, and one of the guys there, he kind of looks up at you. He's kind of confused. And he's like, I guess I don't really know what you're expecting of us. I mean, I thought you guys had already taken care of it. That's what the other guy said, your friend.
So we told the council of an imminent attack, right?
Yes.
We didn't tell a bunch of people necessarily, right? Or,
You didn't go around spreading word. You don't know if the mayor might have
yeah.
let people know. It's possible, but you didn't go around spreading word.
What friend?
Yeah. No, the threat is far from dealt with.
No, he said that you guys just got back and you had taken out the most of the threat, and it wasn't really that big a deal anymore.
It's that Abadar guy.
Well, I don't mean to scare you, but I'll just tell you plainly. There were 4 encampments surrounding the area that we expected would improve the siege that is incoming. You know Longshadow is about to be attacked, yes?
Well, I know you said that, and we were into that, but he said that it was pretty much over.
Who said?
For the most part, your friend, the edgy one, the taller, he had nice abs.
Kieran.
I mean, I didn't ask his name, but I've seen him walking around with you. He's one of your friends.
Well, I can tell you this. We could still use all the help that we can get. But for now, go ahead and enjoy the rest of your evening. It's already quite late.
Yeah, he just kind of looks confusingly to the other guys there, and he's like, sure, if the threat's still there, yeah, we'd love to help. We thought, I guess, yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm confused as well.
Tune.
No,
and yeah, but they basically say like, yeah, well, I mean, we're definitely willing to help. We thought that he said that it wasn't a big deal anymore. So, I mean, we misunderstood what he was saying. I'm sorry.
No. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe he's right. Maybe it won't be such a big deal. Hey, you go home for the night. And Alan, regardless of what happens, you're good with a sword. You should keep up your training. And then they'll leave for the night.
Okay.
And
But yep, as I said, you did succeed on the check. You do not get any defense points for that action.
okay. He's gonna go to the bar.
All right. Kieran, were you going to meet with the mayor during this time, or are you going to meet up in the morning with everybody else?
So he got the message tonight.
You got the message about an hour after you got back from Longshadow. I mean, got to Longshadow.
Okay.
Like
yeah,
5:30.
He would go to meet the mayor then. After running his errand, he doesn't have anything else to do, and he'll eventually probably end up at the bar, but he's got some time, so he would go.
Yep. So you make it over in that direction, and by the time you get to the town hall, the mayor's actually just about to leave, and him and the three advisors that he's been working with, they all kind of look at you, and he says, "Oh, good. Kieran, was it, right?"
Yes,
Yes.
Mayor Crawford.
Yeah,
you
I
got
had
your
some-
message.
Yes, I had something to talk about. Where are the others? I heard that all four of you made it back.
We did. I'm not sure. I think they were going to help with some of the preparations for the siege. I had an errand to run, and I don't know how much I'd be able to get done today, so I figured I would come see you. I thought maybe they would come, but it seems they may have been too busy.
Oh, all right. They might not have heard the message yet. Rather not talk about it right out here. But how about you come with me? We were about to go to the bar to get something to drink and eat after work, and I can talk to you about it there. It's not terribly complicated. I'm sure you can pass it along with ease. If you're willing to. I don't know if you had something you wanted to do.
No, I was actually on my way there myself. It's been a rough couple of days, so I felt it would be nice to relax with a drink in a civilized place.
Marvelous. Quite right, yes. On we go. And he'll lead you to the bar, and you can tell once you walk in, he's a regular. It looks like he
has his own
probably-
table in the corner.
Everyone's
probably
like,
goes there every day.
"Hey, what?"
Yeah. Everybody sees him. There's like a cheer.
Tommy's
And he's just like,
here!
Hey, what's up?
the advisors aren't quite as jubilant as he is. Seneca's really nice about it, but the priest of Abadar and Garrett Greygala, they look like they just are annoyed at being in the place, but nonetheless they follow him. And you're all in there, and you get a table, you get something to eat, you're discussing, and he basically looks to you and he says, "So, how was your trip out there? I like I said, I heard that all four of you came back this time alive, and that's good news. Everything go well?"
For the most part, we had a couple of close calls. The last place that we went was particularly difficult. It seemed there was a fairly high-ranking officer that was manning the War Beast camp, and they had an animal companion that wasn't fun to deal with. But thankfully, my companions are well capable of handling things, so I think we're working
Good.
well as a team, and
Good.
we made it all back.
Well, that's good to hear. I was going to ask you, it's nothing, well, I don't know how urgent it is, but there was a matter of importance that I did want to bring up to you and your group. You see, Longshadow, our militia, we are fairly accustomed to handling certain levels of emergencies. Wild animals, the occasional incursion from Multhune, we can handle that on our own, but every once in a while we come across a threat that is a bit too much for us to undertake with our own resources, and during those time I usually turn to an old acquaintance of mine, an old adventuring friend, a wizard who has actually taken residence in a tower some 20 miles northwest of the city, and she has been a great help to us on many an occasion. After you came and convinced me of the importance, the urgency, and the danger of this Iron Vein Legion, I thought it might be prudent to contact her and see if she would be willing to aid us once more. The unfortunate thing is that no one has seen her for maybe a month now, which is not terribly odd. It's a little odd. She usually comes in every other week or so to get supplies, but as I said, nobody's seen her in quite a while. So I sent 2 messengers out a day or 2 ago to see if we could come into contact with her, see if we could figure out what was going on. I'll admit there's a part of me that feared that perhaps this legion had targeted her or something. But my messengers did not come back, so I'm not entirely sure what the situation is over there, and I wondered if perhaps there was if you'd be willing or if you had time to check in on her yourselves and see how things are going. Would be a shame if the Legion had gotten to her, and certainly would be a danger if they tried to make use of any of her menagerie of dangerous creatures.
Oh, she has dangerous creatures?
Well, yes, she's a bit of an eccentric.
Well, if I
she's-
may be bold, most wizards are.
Yes, she follows the tradition, you could say. She has a fascination with monsters, especially it seemed, and mind you, it's been some years since I've worked too closely with her. It's more of a business relationship, even when we were adventuring, but what I gathered, she had a particular interest in creatures that had been warped by magic in some way. I'm not a spellcaster myself. I don't know many of the details, but that was what I gathered. And when we retired, she retired a few years after myself, she built her tower, as I said, at the base of the Hollow Hills so that she could study the creatures. And as you've probably gathered at this point, the Hollow Hills are teeming with many unique creatures that she could study. I suspect she may have had some deeper fears motivating her research, but as I said, we were co-workers at best. I never felt comfortable prying. So I'm not entirely sure what the area of her research is, but I do know that she has on occasion been known to dabble with some strange things, and every once in a while when a messenger comes back, they'll tell me of some very unique creatures that they see in her tower.
Well, I can only speak for myself, but, if my companions would be willing to travel there, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that. Unfortunately, that means our help won't be here for the town, but, as you said, this person could be a valuable resource in the upcoming attack anyway, so if we can find them
Indeed.
and...
Yes.
My only
you can...
concern... Oh, go ahead, I didn't mean to...
Oh, I was
cut
just
you
going
off.
to say, you can trust me. She will be of immense help to the town. She is an extremely knowledgeable individual, and while it has been some years since she's been out adventuring, I suspect she has spent those years wisely in her study, and I think her mind is probably as keen as ever. So, and especially being a wizard, I doubt the years of inaction has really done much to to dim her powers.
Well, my bigger concern is if something has happened to her. We saw a lot of beasts at the one Legion camp that they'd been training to use for nefarious purposes, and I'm thinking if something's happened to her, it's concerning if they would have taken some of these unique creatures and perhaps repurposed them for their own means. So that also is a reason enough for us to check this out and make sure nothing has happened.
He nods and he says, yes, as I said, if something has happened, then worst case scenario is that they would gain access to any creatures that she had, assuming that she had any that were alive at this time. I'm not too familiar. I haven't gone myself in... it's been 2 years or so since I last went myself to see her. But yes. For the most part, her creatures that I knew of they were tame, but tame creatures can still be dangerous, and I'm sure the Legion has plenty of ways of turning a tame creature to a beast. That was part of my worry.
Now, Mayor, I may be stepping on toes here, but, just out of curiosity, Was your relationship with this woman entirely platonic?
He kind of cocks his head for a little bit, and then he realizes, oh, yes, I assure you, we were barely more than acquaintances. I did not get along well with my adventuring companions. Got along better with her than the others, but I couldn't call any of them friends. Acquaintances is about as far as I'd go.
Relatable experience.
Sure.
Gideon feels a shudder at the bar, wherever he's at.
Yes. I might be hailed a hero here in Longshadow, but... And he kind of lowers his voice and he leans over and says, between you and me, the heroic feat was barely more than luck. And he leans back.
Story I want to hear sometime.
Trust me, it's not as interesting as people make it out to be. Or at least not the way I tell it.
Well, it certainly worked out for you, at least.
Well, that it did, yes, that it did. I am grateful for the position that I have, no matter how I got it. I think that I have done well for the town, and... Well, I simply hope that my reign as mayor does not end with the town being burned to the ground.
Well, if we have any say in it, that's not going to happen. There's
I
a
should
lot
hope.
of unknowns. We've done what we can so far. We'll continue to do what we can, but a lot of it's going to rest on the people here and how willing they are to fight for their town.
Yes, well, the people of this town are strong. I think they'll pull together quite nicely. I'll admit, despite my optimism, I have been stressing a little bit more the past day or two. Maybe frequenting this bar more often. Usually I only come once or twice a week, but past couple days it's been a daily affair. Morning and evening.
I can respect that.
Been having
And
dreams, you know. Bad dreams.
Dreams.
Been a while. Oh, yes, I used to have them when I was adventuring. My companions called me a coward, but out when I was when we were adventuring, whenever we would face a big creature or something, I would often have a nightmare about it the next night. I don't know, something about me and stress. I don't know, perhaps I just try to, I don't know, relieve it into a dream. It doesn't seem very relieving to me, but yeah, it was just last night I had a bad dream, and
When you
I
had
doubt.
these
Yes.
when you had these dreams before you're fighting monsters, were they specific? Like you actually saw the creature that you fought before it happened?
Oh, usually. I have quite vivid dreams. For better or worse. But yeah, usually it would be, you know, if we fought a bear or an owl bear or something like that, then during the night I'd see myself walking through the forest and I'd encounter it and I'd be alone and I'd be running away, and, you know, as dreams are, you never seem to get anywhere when you're running and it catches up anyways, and, you know, stuff like that. Just standard bad dreams. And
Your dream
first time I mentioned it, they kind of laughed at me, and then I stopped mentioning it afterwards.
Yeah, I can understand that. When you had dreams last night, did you have any specific dreams about Longshadow?
Where it was specific to Longshadow, as I said, I think the stress kind of dictates what my dreams are, and I had a dream that we were under siege, and we were in the middle of battle, and I was out on the field with my trusty old sword, and things weren't going very well, I can tell you that. I don't think there's anything to the dream, because halfway through the battle, we started facing devils and demons fighting alongside each other, and I find that very hard to believe, but, you know, was frightening nonetheless.
Yeah, well, we know that certainly won't happen, so
I should
worry
hope that
about
does not
that.
happen, yes.
yeah.
I think we would be well doomed if that were to happen. If the
Right.
forces of hell and the abyss join us against us.
I don't know much about devils and demons, but for one thing I do know is they don't work together, so if they are working together, then we're coming to the end of Galarian as we know it, so...
Yes.
Well, anyway, let me buy you a drink. Maybe that'll help ease your mind, and he'll order the top shelf liquor that they have at this bar.
Okay. Yep.
And he'll enjoy some drinks with the mayor.
Okay. A little bit goes by, and I don't know how long you guys stay, but if you stay if you stay with him fairly long, he's going to be there for the rest of the day, pretty much.
Yeah, Kieran's just gonna relax and drink.
Yeah. Eventually, Gideon would actually come in to the bar, as he said he was going to the bar, and he would
Yeah.
actually see you sitting with
Yeah.
the mayor and the 3 advisors in one of the corner tables.
Kieran's
Several
in a little
drinks
deep
in.
at this point.
Yep. Several
He's-
drinks in.
On his 3rd order of mozzarella sticks.
Classic.
Classic.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to do with that, Gideon, or if you just wanted to.
Yeah, so he sees Kieran, was not expecting to see Kieran tonight so soon. How drunk is he?
How well? I guess it's how well does Kieran keep his liquor?
He's pretty drunk.
Yeah, 12. He looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty tipsy. Yeah.
So if you walk in, as soon as Kieran sees you, he like waves his arm. He'd be like, "Hi, Gideon. Good to see you, my friend. Come have a drink with us. It's a great time."
Yep. The mayor's eyes go wide, and he turns. He says, "Gideon. Oh yes, come over. Come over.
This-
We've been talking.
He's
It's been
the
hours,
man
but we're
of
still
the
talking."
hour. I tell you, he got stuck in a snake and he couldn't get out for a long time, and he
You
almost
don't
died.
say.
Right? Yeah, it was really crazy. It was a
Gideon.
big
Everyone.
snake, though.
Everyone, this is Gideon.
The
I hear
snake
you found a
charmer.
snake. Snake
Right.
charmer.
Yep, Gideon the snake charmer. That's his name.
Don't just stand at the door. Come over.
Yeah, of course. I'll be there in just a sec. He'll kind of gather his stuff, hang up the coat, and he'll motion to like if there's like a barkeep or a barmaid walking around, he'll kind of like a double.
Yeah.
As,
Okay. Yep.
And what you don't know is that Kieran's also ordered you a drink.
This is classic.
I'm gonna mark off
And the
like
mayor also ordered you a drink.
yeah. Kieran's buying a lot of drinks, so I'm gonna mark off like 50 gold.
I've been in this situation before. This is a little too close to life to role play out. Hello, Kieran. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you, Gideon?
I've been better, to be honest, but and I'm assuming his first drink shows up.
Yep.
Maybe I'll
3 drinks show up. Because Kieran ordered one, the mayor ordered one, you ordered one, so.
thank you. I guess they do double serve here. About to be a lot better, I think, he says. And he'll
Oh,
slam back
yes.
the lightest drink that's there, and then work on sipping the whiskey he got.
Okay.
And if he was gonna have a conversation with Kieran, but I imagine it's just awkward drunkenness, so he'll just save it for another night.
Yep. Yeah, so the mayor would, the only thing the mayor would really bother saying is, he's been talking for a while, but he'd say, "Well, Gideon, how have you been? I sent a message, I don't know if you got it. I've already kind of explained everything to your friend here, so
Oh.
I'm sure he'll let you know all the details."
Yes, he'll pull it out. I apologize. I was helping some strapping young men and women to defend Longshadow.
Ah, good. That is just what we need. Expanding our forces. How did it go? I'm sure that these young men of Longshadow and young women of Longshadow have been very impressive, I do imagine.
He breaks his stupor to catch eye contact with Kieran.
Kieran gives you a big smile.
It went
Oh, that's just creepy.
it went very well. I apologize I didn't come tonight. I figured it could wait in the morning though, whatever your meeting was. But
It's fine. You've got important business to do. I understand.
but
Don't
you-
worry, Gideon. He just wants us to go find his lizard friend who lives in a tower somewhere.
All right. Well, I've pledged my services to Nearmathos, and if you believe this lizard will be helpful, I'll find her.
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess they were good friends or something.
Yes. Well, acquaintances. And the Seneca, who's not nearly as drunk, says, "They mean wizard." Just to clarify.
He gives a nod. Yes. Wizard, of course. Oh, a wizard. A powerful one.
Is it, oh, marvelously powerful. She built her own tower, you know. By herself.
It's a big one, I'm sure.
It's quite big, yes. It's at least 20 feet? 30 feet. I don't remember how tall it is, but it's impressive, nonetheless. It's in like the side of a mountain. It kind of obscures some of the height, so it's kind of hard to gauge.
Yeah, I will do this thing. Yeah. And he's just kind of really awkward in this situation.
Yep.
Because he's the least drunk one there, apart from the other person, and they don't have anything in common. So
It doesn't look like the cleric has drank at all.
yeah, this is a cleric of Abadar, right?
Yeah, cleric of Abadar, and then Garrett Greygallow. He looks like he maybe had a drink or two. Seneca maybe had a drink or two, but they look like they're kind of putting up with the situation.
Yeah.
The cleric looks like he's getting to the end of the like, okay, we can leave now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he'll just, to the rest of them, he'll thank them all for taking them seriously at the end
Yep.
of it all.
Yep.
You know, and I don't think there's anything else. Kieran's got to be sober for this conversation.
Okay. Yeah. So time passes, and eventually the conversation dies down. You all decide to go your separate ways. Kieran kind of goes with the mayor, the two of them being kind of carried by the three advisors because both of them are really drunk, and
He's still telling like stories of like as they carry him out, he's like half asleep, but he's still telling like the tale of the giant siege engines and how they swung and they crashed these siege engines to the ground. And then he also talks about like, did you know there's a shark in the river? There's a shark. He told me that this big shark, and yeah, so he's just
and
he's coming down real fast.
the advisors like Seneca will just be like, yes, it's brilliant stories. Yes, we know about the shark. Yes. And they bring you to the mayor's abode where you've been staying, and Gideon, you can go off to, or
Staying at the inn.
Gideon was staying with the mayor. Kieran was staying at the inn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Kieran,
would
you probably
just-
ended up with the mayor.
Yeah.
I
So-
expected.
yeah.
I expected
Where'd I
as much.
go?
Yeah.
So you guys go to the mayor's residence, and by that time, Hursk and Jessup have had plenty of time to return to the homestead, and
yeah.
everybody
Gideon
gets around.
Takes
Go
a
ahead.
long way home and just walks along the pier and the docks for a little while, and then we'll go to the house after the whole drunken shenanigans seems to have been dealt with.
Okay. Yep. And you all bed down for the night. Is there anything specific that you wanted to do, Hursk or Jessup, or you want to skip to the next morning?
I guess the only thing Jessup may do, assuming Hursk would want after we get done, because I think he's been staying at Jessup's homestead, he'd probably make like tea or just get some snacks and stuff. I think Jessup would reminisce about the good old days back when we didn't have to worry about the war here in Longshadow in the hills. Just, like a year ago.
Well, there was the war of Multhune. How old? Jessup wouldn't have been young enough to have been pre-Multhune era, right?
He wouldn't be pre-Multhune. I believe the Civil War ended like 60 years ago.
Yeah.
How old's Hursk?
62?
So Jessup's 52.
47. 47.
I mean, we're pretty
That's
close
young
in
for a
age, so
dwarf.
we probably would reminisce about similar stuff. Because you've always lived here. You've always been around here, eh, Hursk?
Yeah, no, I grew up in this area. Yeah.
So
I
guess
mean,
they would-
Scout, but yeah, close enough, yeah.
So yeah, Jessup would talk about his, just backstory being Phaendar, about Father Nolan, and then him, and yada yada.
Okay. Yep. You guys have a nice, much more
Relaxed.
sober,
Sober.
relaxed conversation. Yeah.
A much
And
more
then-
we will wake up without a headache conversation.
Yeah. And you guys go to your rooms, and everybody sleeps for the night. The next morning comes, and you have the day ahead of you. How would you like to approach it? Just so you are aware, I believe you have 6 days. So today and then 6 more days. So 6 days after today.
Is this going to be a completely different conversation or a question for you, Jason, or maybe Kieran? Do you remember that wand of feather step? How many charges did that have? I didn't mark that down correctly.
Wand of feather step.
Have a potion of feather step, but I don't know.
Is that what it was? Maybe did I write that wrong? Is it wand? Oh.
I don't remember a wand of feather step.
Well, then that maybe explains a lot. That's probably why I don't have charges written down.
Yeah, it might have been a potion.
Okay. I'll put potion because that probably makes more sense.
Yeah, I have a potion of feather step, so that's probably what.
So
it
the
is.
correct answer is the potion has 0 charges.
It has 1 charge.
Oh, technically. Okay.
Technically, yeah.
I guess Jessup would get ready. He'd probably make some fancy breakfast for him and Hursk to then head out in the morning to I guess find where the other 2 yahoos are, but maybe waiting for the mayor's office because that's who he wanted to see. So then they can get up and start doing some training or who knows what.
Yeah, Julian. Gideon would have opened.
Julian?
Gideon would have woken up as early as he had told the others to be there to join the ranks, the militia, to start training them up. So he'll be there for the first 5 hours of the day, and then
All right.
reconvene.
Okay,
Kieran
so
wakes
Gideon's
up
going
with
to
a
start out with the militia.
Splitting headache.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is not in a very good mood. Not like he was the night before. I think the only thing that Kieran can do while he waits for everybody to convene, I was going to do the last one, which was townsfolk readiness.
Okay.
So I was going to roll a profession soldier to bring people up to speed on just like handling logistics during a siege.
Okay. Yep.
How many of the freed slaves ended up showing up this morning from last night?
Realistically, most of them, but mechanically, none of them, because unless you're rolling that check, nothing happens with them. But
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So most of them.
yeah, most of them show up. Like once you said that no, things are actually still going on, like they're like, well, I mean, okay, if there's still a threat, then we'll come. So yeah.
Yeah. I just there's gonna be some interesting. Something might happen, I think there, but I'll go ahead and roll again then to train them all up.
Okay. So we have a militia drill from Gideon. We have a townsfolk readiness from Kieran, Hursk, and Jessup. Are there any of those that look good to you?
Yeah.
Hursk is gonna work on Titan today,
Okay.
trying to get Titan back.
Right.
Revived.
Do you have? You don't have that spell yet, do you?
No, I don't get that for another level.
Okay. So are you trying to find someone to cast it for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just look at what that spell is.
Unless he levels up. From
Let's get some foreshadowing that we're gonna hit level 10.
Townsfolk readiness.
So that spell is a Druid 5, Paladin 4, Ranger 4 spell. The Raise Animal Companion.
that's gonna be tough.
You can roll a check to see if you find someone that fits those criteria, but I'm gonna say you only have a 20% chance of finding a druid or a paladin or a ranger of high enough level to cast that spell.
That's also in town because a druid would probably.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know because there's the hunter bureau. I didn't know if somebody maybe there. Maybe there's a better hunter than I at the hunter.
You are easily the highest level hunter there at this point, probably.
Well, I'll spend half the day looking around.
For context, the forest marshal of Nirmathos, like the head of the military for Nirmathos, is like level 11 or 12.
Oh.
So you guys are at the point where you're almost at like
Got it.
national level strength. So keep that in mind. Yeah.
Like we're shifting. We're not quite to the demigods, but we're at the you're powerful players in the world now.
Yeah. your abilities can make a significant difference wherever you go.
But we did find somebody that could cast. I don't remember what the spell's name is. They preserve Titan basically till I can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gentle
that's like
repose.
a first or second level cleric spell. So that one was pretty easy. You
Yeah.
could even find somebody to cast restoration after he's raised to remove one of the negative levels he'd have.
Well, we
I
have
don't
restoration
think
now.
So I was looking at the hunter ability, and the negative level lasts for 24 hours and can't be removed. Oh, that's on Hursk.
That's on
Hursk.
Hursk. I'm
me.
talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the
That's
ones on
my bad.
Titan.
Yeah.
So you need
The one on Titan can be healed, but not mine. Mine I just have to wait.
So a
True.
druid would have to be 11th level. That's your only chance of finding anybody. You're not going to find a ranger because they'd have to be 13th level before they can cast 0 level 4
Yeah.
spells. So like, so most likely would have to be 14th level, which you're not going to find that.
Yeah. So yeah, you are unfortunately not able to find anybody capable of casting that spell at this point in time. You verify that Titan will be good to go once you're capable of doing it yourself, but it is gonna probably be a while.
To be
You
fair,
know that you're close. But
What's the flavor for hunters like leveling, like getting new spells? Is it an innate understanding? Do they study at all, or?
I think it's pretty much identical to a druid ranger because they are a druid ranger.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
it's a mix then of.
Well, and he doesn't really get it as a. I mean, it's not really like a spell. I mean, it is, but
Yeah, this is like a. It's not a
But
spell like ability.
It's
is
not a
spell
spell like-
ability.
yeah, it's a spell like ability.
Okay.
It's not like a
Yeah.
spell that he learns.
But you could flavor
Um,
half the day as you like looking into methods of like bringing them back.
Yeah, we'll do that. Like a half a day I spend just trying to figure out a way to bring him back.
Okay. Yep. All right. Actually, I'm just looking this up to make sure it says specifically that it is a spell-like ability.
It does. It's raise animal companion at 10th level. A hunter gains raise
Okay.
animal companion as a spell-like ability.
So that means you wouldn't have to worry about the material component for it either.
Correct. Yeah, so it doesn't cost anything.
So you'll only have to spend money for restoration afterwards. Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind. So, yeah, so we have you going around making sure that everything's good with Titan, trying to find somebody who can raise him. Kieran's doing the townsfolk readiness. Gideon is doing militia drills. Jessup, what's going on with you?
Can Jessup do city walls?
Sure.
Can
Yeah.
Jessup do an engineering role?
Yep, that's one of the ones that you can do. Sure.
Can Jessup be a dirtbag and take his nat 20 for the day?
No,
Heck. Well,
no. I mean, you're not.
no,
a
because it's a
dirtbag.
5-hour time period, right?
No, you can still take 20.
Even if it's encompassing a 5-hour time period?
I can't think of a reason not. It says take 20 on any knowledge check. I just
Yeah,
meant he
just-
wasn't a dirtbag for doing it because of the bard
Yeah,
thing.
once per day, the bard can take 20 on any knowledge skill check as a standard action. Oh, I don't know if it's
Ah,
a standard
there you
action.
go.
That's the thing. Yeah, I don't know
wow.
about that.
All right, so Jessup
I mean, you
cannot
could
be a
you could
dirtbag.
take 10 if you wanted because that's something you could do just all the time. Or you could roll for it.
Yeah, I could try to roll for it. I'm just worried I'm gonna really stink it up. We don't know the DC, right?
We do 15.
Yeah, I put the DC in there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know
Every
that.
skill is a DC 15.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, so Jessup has a engineering 8, so taking a 10 would be an 18.
So city walls, we have an 18. Gideon and Kieran, you can both roll your respective checks.
I
did.
do.
Oh, it looks you
Yes,
already did.
mine's an 18.
So
Mine's
we've
a
got an
20.
18 and a 20. All right.
Just curious. It doesn't matter.
Why is Jason rolling?
Oh, what is he rolling? Why are you rolling? I don't like
be
that.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
The three of you-
That's what about the Jason.
Yeah.
The three of you go about your duties. Kieran, you're going pretty much. Actually, you'd be spending most of your time in the town hall. You're basically drafting up a map of the Longshadow, and you're trying to find routes. You're like, okay, so if they break through this gate, we'll put up barricades here and here,
Mhm.
and we'll try to funnel them down this way. We'll have this be our evacuation point. So if they break through there, fall back into this location. This is our rendezvous. You're basically coming up with all the logistics, getting the town ready for that sort of thing. And you're going map to map. You're talking to a bunch of different people, a bunch of different, not the 3 advisors that are with the mayor, but the people under them, the clerks and whatnot that are handling all of this. You're going to a bunch of different people and you're handling that. And a couple hours in, you ask somebody for a document and they hand it over to you and you look at it and it's wrong. The barricades are marked on the wrong street. This wouldn't give any defensible, like, this is just nonsense. And you're looking at it and you're like, I didn't write this. Who wrote this? And everybody looks around and they kind of pass it around. It's like, I don't know. I don't know who did that. And then you look at some of the other ones and they're wrong too.
Wait a minute.
They're sabotaging us too.
Wait a minute.
Moving on to Gideon. You've got the town militia now. These are the actual soldiers.
Yeah, these are the soldiers proper.
And you do have some of the other people that you rescued in there, but mostly this is the soldiers. You're training them. They have basic knowledge, so you're moving straight to the more advanced stuff. And you're training them. You're giving them all of the information that they need. And you take a break every once in a while because you can't just do it for 5 straight hours. So every hour or so, you take a 5-10 minute break or something like that. And you're noticing that after every break, it's like their motivation just drops every time. And for whatever reason, like, you try to like hype them up again, but it seems like all sense of urgency just like loses itself when they get back from these breaks. It's like they keep doing what you say, but it's like, okay, yeah, we'll just keep going with this, I guess. Moving over to Jessup. You're working on the walls. You're trying to renovate these walls. They're in a bit of a disrepair, so you're working with a couple of the engineers in town, a couple stonemasons, trying to look at, okay, what are the weakest points? What do we need to reinforce? How long is this going to take? How quickly can we fix these? You get a couple scaffoldings set up on the outside of the wall so you can replace the really bad stones and whatnot. And about halfway through the day, or not halfway through the day, but halfway through the job, one of the ropes on the scaffolding actually snaps. And the 2 workers that were standing on it fall off of that point. They fall 10 feet onto the ground, and one of them sprains his ankle. The other one, they were holding a stone that kind of lands on his arm, and it breaks his arm.
Oh no, I got some cure spells for that.
So none of you make progress on your checks. In fact, you lose 3 defense points. Brings you down to 72.
Gideon is gonna rush over. Actually, he's not even gonna finish what he was doing. As soon as he notices that the motivation keeps like slipping, like every 4 rounds, something is off. And he's gonna run to where Kieran is.
Okay, so you probably all discussed what you were planning on doing today. So you make your way towards the town hall to find Kieran. So Kieran, you're like 30 minutes after realizing that things aren't adding up, something's going on here. You see Gideon come in the door.
Yeah, he's like sitting in a chair, like his eyes are closed and he's just like lost in thought.
Kieran.
Oh. Gideon, I didn't hear you come in, which is strange. Usually I must have been really thinking hard.
He walks over and takes a seat. Did you talk to the survivors, the slaves that we freed last night?
Last night?
Before you went out drinking.
I don't think so. Why?
You're certain on this fact?
Yeah, no, I ran an errand, wasn't anywhere near them, and then I went and met up with the mayor, and after that it's a bit hazy. I don't know much after that.
He looks around. They're inside somewhere just by themselves at the moment?
You're inside the town hall. You've got one of the larger rooms that they set up for you. Actually, I would like both of you to make a perception check. Kieran especially looking over the documents.
21.
21.
It's coming.
And
34.
Okay. So you guys are looking these over, and I might be going out a little bit on a limb here, but you guys look at the notations on these and the handwriting, some of the notes, and the handwriting is actually somewhat familiar. This looks like maybe Jessup's handwriting.
Are you seeing what I'm?
Yes, yes, and
This-
it's
No,
terribly
no.
concerning. Listen to me, Kieran. I know that what I'm about to say is crazy. But last night, one of the survivors that I was training up had told me that you had visited them and had said that the threat had basically passed and that we had already dealt with everything. I had assumed it was your kindness not wanting others to get in harm's way. I realize now, I think something is afoot.
Right, I wouldn't say that. I'm not an idiot. I'm
Yes.
not going to give people false hope.
Well, and I remember too, the first time I met you, you said quite plainly to the survivors with me, make sure you carry your own weight and do your part. I haven't
Right,
forgotten
and I
that.
meant it. And they said it was me. They described me specifically.
I said, the man with the abs, your friend.
All right, now that's absurd. All right, I'm sure there's other people in this city that have.
Oh, I
I
apologize.
think they said
Care of
edgy. They
themselves.
said
I
edgy too.
I
Gideon, as well.
apologize.
Oh,
They-
that was definitely not me.
they,
If that was
mentioned,
if
they
I said
mentioned
edgy.
they mentioned your black hair.
Oh, and I'm the only one with black hair and Longshadow.
Kieran,
Oh, with those abs.
Jessup would not write these.
He wouldn't. No, I spent all morning long drafting up documents, and I pull these documents out, and it's all wrong, completely wrong. Everything I've done, it was a waste.
I felt like my morning was a waste too. I trained the soldiers and I thought we were making good progress, but as the day went on, I saw their determination lacking. I believe we have a saboteur among us, and
Just what we need.
I think they can take on the likeness of others. A shape changer. It could be anyone.
He like looks at you very deeply. Gideon,
Oh my.
what? I'm trying to think of a good thing.
Deeply.
How many abs do I have?
How many hours did you spend looking for berries?
14.
All right. We've got to come up with some sort of
Yeah, that anyone could
Code.
have guessed.
what they could have guessed 14 hours looking for berries. I don't think anyone would have said that. That's absurd, but that's a different point. Anyway,
Kieran.
I think we need to come up with some way to guarantee that who we're talking to is
man.
who we think we're talking to.
This is
This is bad.
very bad. I don't even know who could be capable of such magics.
It may not be magic. It could just be an innate ability. There are creatures out there that can change shape.
From faraway lands. Have you heard of that in Nirmathis?
I don't know much about Nirmathis, but I've seen enough strange creatures here to know that anything's possible.
We need to meet with the others, but you're right. We have to make sure that we can verify that the two of whoever we find are who we think they are.
Right, but now I'm even concerned because I talked with the mayor and he wants us to go out and find his wizard friend.
A red
I mean,
herring?
what was that?
You think there's no wizard just to waste our time and send us away?
I don't know. It's hard to say, but I don't know any way to verify his information.
I don't know him at all. Jessup might, or Hursk. He grew up in this area.
You're right. I think it's best that we find them, and we need to make sure he looks around. We need to make sure that things are kept in confidence from here on out.
Yes, we need to keep our group as small as possible, and only expand once we've vetted a person. And we should report where we are for the rest of the day. You and I can stick together for now, but when we meet with the other two, if we ever split off, we say where we are, and where we'll be when we're done. Exact times.
Just when I thought we were in a good spot.
I swear, Kieran, it is 5 steps forward and then we just fall down the cliff.
Well, at least we had a night of revelry and relaxation.
Okay. Moving over to Jessup, you go down. You heal the 2 people who fell. You manage to set the bone back, and with your healing, they're only like 1st or 2nd level commoners or whatnot. So you're able to bring them pretty much back to health. So it's not a terrible concern for them.
You guys all right?
The one gentleman, he looks like he's kind of older. He's like in his 50s, and he says, "Oh, well, I'm all right now, but that was a bit nasty."
What happened? Looked like a rope broke.
I don't know. Last I knew, we were trying to fix that one hole in the wall. We were passing the rock down, and your friend was giving us a help there, and he was mighty kind, and by the time we got halfway down the wall, the rope just snapped.
What friend you talking about?
The dwarf. I don't know his name.
Where was he?
He was on the wall. He was helping us move rocks back and forth. He was getting everything set up for us.
I mean, with Jessup being there, did he see Hursk at all?
No.
I didn't.
These guys were working a little bit further away from you. You have multiple places set up on this wall.
Okay.
You're covering a lot of area. But you rushed over here as soon as you heard about it.
Oh. Gee, I don't. Is one of Hursk's okay? I guess I will roll a perception check to see if I see him on the wall.
Okay.
I am going to inevitably think that this is not going to find anything.
You look around. You see a couple dozen workers. You don't see Hursk. You do see a dwarf at one point, and you kind of look closer, but the beard is like 10 times longer than Hursk's, so it's not him.
Okay. Oh. Well, you two go get yourself some medical attention. I did what I could, but you probably can use it a little more.
He kind of rotates his shoulders. I'm fine. I don't need to see no doctor.
Okay, well, if you think you can go back up on that wall or whatnot to help. I mean, how many hours are we into?
You were in like 3 hours by the time this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we'll have to fix that scaffold first.
Well, if you see Hursk up there again, you tell him to come down, and him and I can talk.
Oh, yeah, we'll do. And then they kind of wander back up.
I guess Jessup will just keep monitoring, thinking he was a fluke.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so the hours pass, and you finish up with your tasks. Gideon and Kieran, do you go out and find everybody else after your conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
ask around. It takes a while to find Hursk, but he's been going all over the place, so you eventually find the trail and catch up with him, and you all know where Jessup was. So by the time Jessup's finishing his 5-hour shift, you can meet up on the wall with him.
Jessup's kind of getting done. All right, good guys. Good day. We'll take another crack at it tomorrow, I guess. Oh yeah, I gotta go see the mayor.
Jessup, before you go see the mayor, we need to talk to you.
Okay.
And where are we? We're just like outside by one of the walls.
You're still at the top of the wall. He's just finishing up. You guys got up to where you think it'd be, and he was about 100, 200 feet down working on a different scaffold. So you kind of walked in that distance, and he started walking in yours. You kind of just met up, kind of like in just a little bit north of the eastern gate.
Gideon will look to Kieran for him to be the one to vet Jessup.
Yeah, Kieran looks around first. Is there anyone in the immediate area?
Closest person's maybe 15 feet away, but they're kind of dusting themselves off and getting ready to walk away. Nobody's like super close.
Jessup, I have to ask you a question, and I need you to answer truthfully, and then I'll explain. Where did we bury Aiden?
You don't remember? That was a very gut-wrenching situation for us all.
I just need you to tell me where.
He was kind of thinks for a second and starts getting a little glassy-eyed. Well, I was just down the road, past Fort Trevelet, next to the tower with the machine gun turret on top of it.
Gideon will put his hand on his shoulder. Sorry to bring that up.
Is Hursk there as well?
Yeah.
Yep, you guys met up with Hursk and then met
Oh, he was up on the... Oh, there you are. I didn't know that you were helping people up on the wall today.
I wasn't helping anyone on the wall. I was busy trying to figure out how to resurrect Titan.
Gideon will look to Kieran.
I didn't even go anywhere near the wall.
That's what we need to speak with you about, but first, I have to think of something to ask Hursk.
Whoa.
I have one.
How does he like to wear his clothing? Belts on the head.
The day we first met, after we fought... What were the creatures called?
Boulay.
After we fought the Boulays, we continued the next morning. We fell victim to a pet trap. In the bottom of it was a rare creature. What was it?
The spider thing?
It's Hursk. It's Hursk.
Ogre spider. Right.
It's Hursk.
Right, yeah.
We're fine there.
You're just like, spider? Yeah, Tusk.
Big spider?
So
He's a hunter.
we have a bit of a situation. There's somebody or some things, plural, singular, I don't know, but there's something that is impersonating us. Gideon said yesterday that I went and told the survivors that everything was fine and there was no need to prepare anymore, and I guarantee you I did not do that.
Well,
Just now, it sounds like, Jessup, you saw Hursk on the walls, and Hursk said he was nowhere near the walls.
I didn't see him. There's an old guy who coincidentally is roughly my same age, so I'm mildly offended, had fallen off and gotten hurt. And he said he saw Hursk up on the tower. I didn't see him. I saw another dwarf there. He had a slightly more immaculate beard, no offense. But I didn't see Hursk. That's why I was confused, because, no offense, Hursk, you said you were going to be worthless helping the rest of us do preparations, so I was surprised to hear that you were helping the wall. Not that I would have been upset about it.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about walls or how to build them.
The other thing, Jessup, is I spent all morning in the town hall poring over maps and layouts of the town, trying to devise, routes to retreat if we need to, and I went and I got more documents. I looked at, documents I had set aside. Things were all wrong. Things were all different. And the worst part, Jessup, is I recognized it was your handwriting.
so did I.
I don't remember writing anything.
Well, and hear this. This morning, I was training the militia. Really getting them ready to go, working on one of our defensive formations, and I thought I was making a great deal of progress, but as the day went on, the soldiers' spirits were lacking, and despite my best efforts, there was no sense of urgency or determination among them. But I don't know what could have dispirited them.
Sounds like we're not the only one doing some sabotage missions.
No.
Sounds like. The other thing is, the mayor and I met last night, and he has asked us to check on a friend of his 20 miles outside of town. An old adventuring companion he had, a wizard who specializes in dealing with unique creatures. He says that he's sent messengers to speak with her and hasn't heard anything back. So...
Have I heard of this lizard before?
No, it was a wizard.
Wizard. Jessup, having lived in Longshadow for several years, you're very aware. There is a wizard who only really shows up every couple weeks to get supplies. Doesn't really talk to anybody, but you've basically heard secondhand about her. Her name is Nava, and she's a old adventuring friend of the mayor.
Oh, you must be talking about Nava. I've not met her personally myself, but I'm familiar with her. So, I guess if you were worried, I don't think that that's necessarily far-fetched. And she does happen to search for magical beasts and where to find them.
Thank Milani. I was
Relieving.
I was very hopeful that you, Jessup, would be able to help us vet some of the local citizens.
Well, and I guess the issue is, if he wants us to find her and helps us, defending against Longshadow, that's going to take us away from whatever mischievous little booger is around here.
Well, obviously we split the party.
Yes, I've
Right.
never heard that gone sour.
Yeah, that's the only explanation, though.
Really, the other one is just an escort mission, if that. And
Right.
really, unless we roll poorly on the random encounters, we should be fine.
Yeah. Right. I'll just fudge the dice.
Classic Kieran.
Yeah. One more step towards evil.
Kieran Slater hands. Well, maybe we should go chat with the mayor to let him know that there's some
I don't
issues
know.
going on.
We have to be careful, though.
Jessup.
We don't know what form this creature could be taking. I think the four of us need to have some way to guarantee that we're speaking with each other, some code word. Any suggestions?
Or that there's just one.
Well, this person's very stealthy of sorts, because if they are going around impersonating ourselves, we have never seen, that we know of, ourselves as someone else. You get what I'm putting down? That didn't really make too much sense to me.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Right.
Eloquent as always.
I do
Thank
say you have the highest charisma in the party.
Well, I don't wear my headband as I should, but I do what I can.
Right. So I think we need to be careful who we speak with, and
Well, I worry that perhaps it could be somebody close to the mayor.
Yes. All that aside, Nova still sounds like a very powerful ally.
She would be. I almost wonder, did maybe this person, have they been here more than we thought?
I could talk to the slaves that we freed the other day. I was training them up last night, and there was one boy in particular that was doing quite well. He might
Well, I guess the thing is,
have some information.
Gideon, you tried to bolster the soldiers before we left, right?
Yes.
And that went mildly successfully?
Oh, a great deal of progress. We got 10 defense points.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. And then you said yesterday you ran into issues with the new people we brought back?
Yes, that's correct.
So perhaps it's somebody that recently had come into this area then, in the past few days.
One from the Warbeast camp.
Is that who you tried to train yesterday? The Warbeast camp?
No. He tried to
Well, I'm just
train-
saying that, between before we set out to the camps, you were successfully able to bolster the militia, but then since going through all the
I
camps coming back,
do not
then now
like
we're running
this.
into these issues.
I do not like suspecting our own people.
Well, you were suspecting me for a moment ago.
No.
just confirming that you are who you are.
Don't take
Could
it.
there be really anybody that can impersonate Jessup? Maybe my handwriting, but not this lovely figure.
Certainly, it'd be hard to get right.
You just see
Yes.
3 more identical Jessups walking down the street. No.
Those
There they are! We go and kill them!
5 more join them around the corner.
Jessup
Like-
learned mirror
They start doing a
image.
flash mob of just Jessups.
Suddenly, everybody in town is Jessup.
Like glitch in the Matrix, it's just Jessup for all the NPCs.
Yeah.
This AP just went amazing.
Oh, this is such a good twist, actually, though.
Well, I don't know really where to start or what we can do. We can obviously spend time trying to find this person. I'm assuming they're going to be difficult to locate.
6 days. We have 6 days.
And I mean, we know that there's somebody sabotaging. The way I look at it, there's going to be sabotage whether we stay here or not. We can waste time trying to find out who it is, or we can do something that we know is going to help the town. And right now, I feel like that's going after this Nava to see if, what's going on there. If the mayor is correct in his speech, then she would be a very powerful ally. And maybe she has magics that can help us locate this
Break through
saboteur.
the illusion, yes. I agree with you, Kieran. My only concern is so far the saboteur has not gone violent, but I would hate to have blood
I think that this
on our hands.
this is too big for us. I know that you guys want to keep it on the down low, but it is probably something maybe we should let the mayor know at least, and then maybe he allow him to use his judgment. The last thing I would want to have happen is us leave, not say anything, and then there have been something that could have been prevented.
Him at least.
And alternatively, just to throw this out there, we know that the saboteur is causing issues. We don't know that the wizard will be where we think the wizard will be. We could travel 20 miles there and there not be a wizard.
Oh.
And now we've wasted how much time where we know there's an active threat to Longshadow right now.
To that point,
It's an awful gamble to go 20 miles without knowing.
We don't
What time
all,
of day
we
is it
don't
right
all
now?
have to go, is a point I have, Hursk. I know that you might be able to avoid units along the way. The three of us could stay here.
Certainly could willing to try, yes. I'm a little more stealthy than you guys, but yeah, I could certainly try and make the and I can't really help here, so that's fair.
And then Kieran, we could tackle both.
Don't like the idea of Hursk going on his own. Like you said, I don't think any of us should be separated.
But if we know where he is and when he'll get back, we can at least expect that much, and we can tell everyone else not to expect Hursk, or if we...
What happens if Hursk gets there and the wizard's in trouble? He can't take down a bunch of hobgoblins on his own.
Well, surely if it's a powerful wizard, she would be able to do something, I think.
Which is concerning enough that she hasn't responded back. I don't know. I don't know.
Also, the messengers did not return.
What messengers?
He sent 2 messengers to give a message to her, and they did not return.
Well, I guess you guys can decide what you want to do. I'm going to go chat with the mayor here briefly.
Alright, well, we need a place. We need structure, Jessup. You can't just go off and do your own thing. We've got to know where you'll be and when you'll get back.
I'm not sure what time it is right now. I may take a bathroom break in between. Probably just number 1, if that's helpful to you.
It's about 2 p.m. to 2:30.
Oh, yeah, my idea is let's talk to the mayor. We can get some horses again. We can all travel quickly. I think we've done as much as we can. We've done more damage than good. Travel tonight to try to get to the tower. We can hustle there. Worst case, we don't find the wizard. We have no clues. We come back, and then we can still use a good chunk of the day to try to still boost up Longshadow.
Alright. I'm fine with that plan. Kieran? Hursk?
So
I
I
don't-
guess
Relish leaving a saboteur in the city while we leave, but I don't think we can separate. It sounds like we want to go to the wizard, so to the wizard it is.
Well, if they're a good saboteur, how would you expect to find them?
Oh, I'm sure if we gave it some thought, we could come up with something.
Well, we could
Well-
bait a trap for them.
We know of their existence now, so we know what to look for. We know they're actively hindering our efforts, so I don't know. I'm sure we could come up with something.
I don't know necessarily if they're trying to hide their efforts, that we're not going to know they're there when they're directly impersonating us.
It just becomes difficult, Hursk, without abilities to cut through illusions or magics. If this saboteur can take any shape, any form, look like you, look like Jessup, look like any person in this town, how are we to know who's who? And
Put about these in stories. We can do like a mark of friendship on our hands so we'll know we are we.
Yeah, there you go. That's easy.
that's easy.
I mean, I don't think we have to get super complicated on this. Like I said, we now know there's a saboteur.
Or we just have a code word.
That would work as well.
Phrase.
A phrase, certainly.
Should use the one that I said.
Well,
Which one's that one?
I think
If I
we-
say
I say
headband
he-
of dex, you say belt of charisma.
I
That
think
is perfect.
Yes, I love it.
I love it. I love it.
I was gonna say something along the lines of a bird in the hand.
Yeah. That's gonna be hilarious. So it's gonna be like headband of dexterity. And they'll be say belt of charisma.
You know what they say?
Belt
A bird in the
of
hand is like a belt of charisma.
It's been a long time, Hursk.
Oh, I don't know, Hursk, if this would ease your mind at all, but if we can let the mayor know about this, then maybe he can.
Well, the mayor's not incompetent. Surely he's got connections in the city, and
Well,
he knows.
right.
who
The
he
other
can
thing is,
trust.
if we're gonna leave, maybe he can put a. Yeah, see, I thought too.
He used to be an adventurer like us.
Then he
Oh,
took
then-
an arrow to the knee.
No,
It
he
was
didn't.
something like that.
No, he didn't. It's
It
not
was
true.
more like a figurative arrow to the self-esteem, but you know.
Yes, well, pride.
He may have thoughts though. I mean, he may tell us outright that this trumps over going to see the wizard, but
He'll know what's best.
Oh.
He'll know. What's
ultimately, this is his town. We're just here to assist the best
Hey,
that we can. So if he feels
Wait, was it Jason? Was he an elected official? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, he was actually vastly popular. He
Did
still
Jessup
is.
vote for him?
It's technically part of my town because I live here. He is only an elected official. I live here. I mean,
she
he just-
elected him for a purpose because he can make sound decisions.
no, I
So-
don't vote, but that is a different story for another day.
Wait, what?
Well, then you don't get to say.
That's why I
Anything
live
about
outside the city.
So I guess you
Anyway.
aren't really his constituent in any way. So his opinion.
So,
doesn't
well,
matter to
if you guys want to gather some supplies, maybe meet at my homestead. I can go chat with the mayor and let somebody that feels that they're compelled to go with me, and then we can get some horses. Somebody who wants to grab horses in the way, meet me. We can all meet there and then head out immediately.
All right, let's spend the week between sessions to workshop a really cool phrase.
Oh, I thought you meant like a week. Jason's like, yeah, the war's here,
He
dude.
was like, "Dang, you're
Let's-
And time skip.
and so
Wow.
and so we'll do that and then head out and split up.
okay." So who's going to the mayor?
Jessup
I'd
will.
wanna go to
Whoever
the
else
mayor.
wants to, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
And Jessup?
so Hursk and Jessup.
Did
Yeah,
Hursk say? I couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
okay.
Hursk
Hursk and Jessup going to the mayor.
I'll
Kieran
help.
and Gideon are going to find horses and supplies, whatever you need, and other stuff. Okay. So yeah, you, Jessup and Hursk. I don't know if you want to role play it out, but you go to the mayor and you knock and you open the door, and he's there working on documents and
Is his
Cleric.
advisor there?
yeah, they're still there. The cleric is over there reading a book that he took off the shelf. Seneca's kind of in mid conversation with him, saying, "Look, Mayor, I understand things are important here, but I mean that well is not going to fix itself." And
She's the saboteur.
As
I
Jessup walks in,
guarantee it.
and neither is the wall.
so you walk in, and like I said, I don't know how much you want to role play. We can skip over it. It's up to you.
Jessup would at least attempt to ask for the mayor's time, just between the mayor, him, and Jessup, or in Hursk. I mean, sorry, two of me.
It's like Hursk, go outside.
There's my doppelgangers right here.
So you ask the mayor to basically have the advisors leave.
If yes,
He kind of looks at you quizzically and says, "Oh, is there a particular reason why that would need to be the case? If this is about preparations, it'd probably be better if they stayed."
no, there is a reason, and I would prefer if it was just adventurer ears, if you know what I mean.
He kind of looks at the advisors and he says, I suppose if you would give us the room." And Garrett Greygallow, he's there and he says, "Mayor, we're in the middle of something. You've been putting this off for days. We'd be done with this a week ago if you didn't go to the bar all the time." And he says, I understand that, but I mean, he needs to talk about something, and I'm sure it'll be a minute, right, Jessup? How long is this going to be?
Two at most, sir.
Two at most. You see all three of them kind of like look to each other. You can roll a sense motive if you'd like.
Oh, looks like Hursk and Jessup are doing another verbal duel.
Yeah, verbal duel with
You
just
brought the wrong guy.
Oh Lord!
Oh boy.
Amazing.
To be fair,
Jessup and
that's
his wingman.
that could be classical just counsel. Like, bro, it's the middle of the day. You're gonna make me wait 15 minutes to keep working. Like,
They seem fine. They're just upset
Yeah.
because
Fine.
of bureaucracy.
Yeah.
It's
So-
bureaucracy.
bureaucracy.
Yeah, you
classic.
see them. I mean,
Yeah.
they're visibly kind of miffed, because it's like, I understand that he's an important individual. I understand that they're helping with us, but I mean, like, we're in the middle of something, and they're kind of miffed about it. But eventually, if you really insist on it, the mayor's like, just 2 minutes is fine, and they do leave.
This would be for diplomacy. Mildly better. Still not fantastic. I'm rolling hot garbage. Nat 5 and a nat 1.
Hot
Yeah.
garbage. Garbage.
Aid me, Hursk! Aid me!
Yes, sorry. Yeah, it'll only be a minute or two.
Crap! Why am I not aiding him?
Yeah.
That's a
So-
very convincing sentence.
Yeah, you try to kind of calm the tension in the room, and Seneca is kind of like, all right, I understand. Adventuring stuff, it's not my area of expertise. Garrett kind of gives you the side eye, and he says, just so you know, we're going to be down the hall, so if I hear any commotion...
Is that the Aberdar guy?
No, Garrett is, he owns one of the foundries.
Okay.
The Abadar guy kind of closes his book. He goes to put it on the shelf, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna take this with me." So he puts that in his cloak, and he kind of walks by, and he's just very stern. Doesn't really look at you.
Oh, tough guys. Oh,
Yeah, I know.
oh
Time
look
is
at these
money.
guys. These guys.
Yeah, these are some classic, like,
Yeah.
democratic councilmen.
You-
like,
They exit. They close the door. You hear voices outside, and you hear Seneca say something, and then Garrett responds, and then you hear the southern accent of the cleric, and he's like, "I'm sure we'll get to the well at some point," and then it fades off as they walk down the hall.
That is canon, by the way, that all clerics of Abadar have a
Oh.
southern accent.
is it deliberately put on in devotion?
Yes, yes. Yep.
So yeah, you're in the
I
room
do
alone with
declare.
him.
I do
I do declare.
That would
Uh,
be 20 gold pieces, and not a penny less.
Jessup would, knowing Mayor, is it Crawford?
Crobert.
Crawford.
Let me just make sure that I said that right. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Jessup doesn't go into politics.
Yeah,
No,
Mayor-
I don't even
Mayor
know
Tom Crobert.
Tom. So, Tom.
Tommy.
And hey, Tom.
Yes,
Let's
just
talk. So he will. Just because they know each other, Jessup would ask him a question that only he thinks that the mayor would know. Maybe something political related, such as, or how many votes did he get the last time that he was elected?
It's like, oh well, I got the majority vote. I think it was something like 94%. But I mean, we do post those on the main board after the election. So I mean, I don't know why that's a question that you're asking me.
Seems like something that'd be public knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, that was in the newspaper for weeks.
Yeah, but how long ago was that?
I mean, they have
I
elections.
get re-elected every once in a while. That was like a year
Elected
ago.
for li- Not for life.
Hursk, I don't know what you want from me right here. I'm trying to come up with something immediately. You saw.
Pause. We did establish
What is about politics?
that-
Don't you understand? He doesn't get elected for life. What are you doing?
Three of us are just arguing in here.
Jessup
What's going on? Why are
canonically
you
does
asking
not
these
vote.
questions?
Okay, all
He
right,
doesn't
hold on.
even
I
know
got it.
how the politics work. It's great.
So Jessup will take out paper and a pen, and he'll kind of write down, like, let's, don't talk, just write on this. And then he'll kind of quickly just spell out, there is somebody impersonating us, could be others, going around sabotaging the things in Longshadow to weaken us for the upcoming war. The shorthand, but he'll kind of write that down just so they know.
You write it down, you hand it off to him, he takes it, and you see him read it, and his face kind of goes dark. He grabs the quill, and he writes. He turns it back and gives it to you, and it says, "You don't say," with 3 question marks. Like, a lot of surprise. There's an exclamation point in there.
You don't say.
You don't say!
I feel like that's mocking.
No.
You don't say.
There's a genuine look of surprise on his face.
I was waiting for him to be the imposter or
No.
something.
You can roll a
Like,
sense motive check if
he
you'd like.
knows-
Yeah.
Oh,
From
yeah.
his facial expressive
This would be
expression.
fantastic.
Expression.
I should just literally roll sense motive.
See if we get another nat 1 in here.
There you
Nope.
go. There you
I'll
go.
aid.
There you go. 35.
Yeah, 35!
35.
It looks like his demeanor very abruptly shifts to equal parts surprise and dour seriousness. It's a genuine response, you think.
So I guess just for the purposes of it, Jessup would write it out in shorthand. I'm just going to speak it, but it will be all written. You know, that's why I asked you to advise us to leave. I'm sorry to say we don't know necessarily who we can trust now. We need to go find, I forget the mage's name. Nava. So the four of us will have to leave, but that's going to potentially leave this saboteur alone in the city to wreak gosh knows what havoc.
He responds, he says, I will keep my eyes out, but I assure you, I mean, you've lived here long enough. These three are not new to the town. They've lived here as long as you have. I trust them with my life. They've supported me for years.
Well, I write down, well, one of them was impersonating me, and I would like to hope you trust me too.
He nods. All right. So your plan is to go to Nava today then? Or is it tomorrow? What?
Leaving tonight to get there, hopefully tonight, if not first thing in the morning. Jessup will just kind of lead it to, we just wanted to let you know before we left that if something were to go down, you knew.
He nods and he responds.
You will-
All right. I will keep my eyes out. I'll keep this to myself. And I'll let you know if anything happens when you return.
And Jessup will write, stay safe.
You as well.
And Jessup will take the note. Couple of
Eat it. Eat it. I was gonna say he's gonna eat it.
And he gets ink poisoning.
Yeah.
And dies. That's
They
how
use
it's
old,
Jessup-
they use old iron inks. You're
Yeah,
dead.
Jessup will take the note, and then once we get to like outside or something, Jessup would light it on fire, burn it, destroy the note. And
Okay.
then
Hursk, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
I was gonna say Hursk gives the mayor the old like 2 fingers and the 2 eyes back at the person, like I'm watching you. Do I
Okay.
perceive?
nice.
You exactly hit the DC.
Perfect.
Knife.
Beautiful.
Towards the end of the conversation, you hear a noise outside the door. Like a shuffling.
Oh.
Somebody.
I immediately lunge at it.
The door?
Yeah. I bust through the door.
You go towards the door and you
And I mean not gently. I mean like Hursk
Yep.
hears the shuffling by the door.
Oh
and
yeah!
like Kool-Aid man into the door. Like doesn't care about the like messing up the mayor's office or anything, just straight through the door.
you lunge open the door,
It's
you
gonna
don't
be,
see
intern.
anything.
It's invisibility, I bet.
You kind of look down the hall both ways, you don't see anything.
Does he smell anything?
Smell anything?
Yeah,
Keen sense of smell.
no. Do you have scent?
He can. With
Okay,
an
just because he
animal
doesn't have scent doesn't mean he can't smell something.
Oh, that would be perception.
Yeah, he rolled a wacky high.
I see
Yeah.
tracks. Tracks? Come on, tracks inside a
No, you
building.
don't see
It's real
tracks
dusty in
inside
here.
the building.
It's real dusty in here.
You don't have any
Technically, you'd
ability that gives
You
you
technically see hundreds of tracks because people walk through these hallways all the time.
Yeah, but there's one particular set that stands out.
Indeed. No, you don't see anything.
And
But
no,
the
I
whole
don't
the
have
whole
anything
conversation was
consistent.
written down, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
We just spoke, just in
Yep.
voices. Just
The whole
to
thing
get
was
it
written down.
narratively,
Nothing was
but it-
spoken.
Okay. Okay.
Probably scared the 3 people at the
Yeah,
end of the
the
hall.
mayor kind of
Just,
sits back
oh
and says,
yeah, right out of the.
says, Hursk, that was extremely uncalled for.
There's someone listening. I'm fairly positive of it.
I just saw you excited to go.
Nope. I definitely heard someone by the door.
Is there anyone there?
Well, I mean, No, but things like invisibility exist, so
Indeed.
certainly.
You know, the two of you going to give me a nightmare tonight.
Yeah, well, good luck. We're out of town, I guess.
All right. Well, stay safe.
Jessup looks, do the same. And
You
I
know,
guess
I wish you could track like an invisibility spell with detect magic. Like you couldn't see the person, but you could maybe like follow them with detect magic.
Yeah, detect magic is not a high enough level spell to have too much of a lingering aura.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you wouldn't have an aura, but maybe like it's 10 feet that way. It's 20 feet that way. Not specific, but you know, a
Yeah.
general sense. I guess I don't know. Does detect magic work that way? Does it give you a direction? Like it's within 30 feet, you detect magic.
You'd have to spend multiple. So if you spend it once, you get the presence of magic. Twice, you get the number of auras, and it's on the third round that you get their location. So you'd have to sit there for 18 seconds before you'd get that sort of information, unfortunately.
I guess Jessup would do that as well, not to necessarily find where they are, but just to detect if it was indeed some sort of invisibility spell. Or
Okay.
something similar in nature, just because we're assuming that they can, they have a way of doing forgery. I'm sure there's spells for that. Disguise, I know there's spells for that. If they're invisible, I mean, this...
Right, like I get what you're saying. Like Hursk would want to confirm that he's not crazy, that he definitely heard someone outside the door.
You guys go out and
It
you
might be
both kind
crazy.
of do detect magic, and the mayor's just there watching you cast spells in the hallway, and he's like, "Oh goodness, I'm gonna have a nightmare."
What now?
He has PTSD.
Actually, what the saddest part is, invisibility is a level 2 spell, so it does not leave an aura.
You do detect the presence of magic as you go around, but you also know that he's a former adventurer, so he has little trinkets every now and then in the building as like
Sure.
old mementos. So it's not really that surprising.
Well, it was. I'm glad you wrote everything down, Jessup. Good that we weren't speaking about these things.
Sometimes I do smart things.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
it was pretty wise.
The wisdom is
Okay.
my highest stat.
Oh, maybe it actually does, and I was reading it wrong, but I still don't think so.
So, yep, they'll leave. Jessup will have a tight grasp on that note not to leave his side, and then he'll...
Yep.
I guess in that case, as soon as that happens, Jessup would say, tell the mayor you're sorry, and he would light a torch right then and there and burn the note in his office.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't want to risk it.
I don't want to risk. So, and then, we'll go.
Okay.
Yep.
So you leave and you make your way over to where Kieran and Gideon were getting everything around, and you meet up with them, and they have secured a horse and a mode of transportation. Actually, multiple horses, obviously. And you all make your way, I assume, hustling to the wizard.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jessup would at least say to Hursk after that, we'll go find Kieran and them. We'll save the story. And Jessup will be like, yeah, how about we just save this little story into a little further away from Longshadow on our carriage ride? What do you think?
Yeah, we should definitely wait till we're far from the city.
Okay.
I'll have
So-
cast Martyr's Last Blessing like I always do, but that's also...
If I wasn't a verminous hunter, I'm pretty sure I do get sent.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
pretty sure. I didn't realize your archetype traded it away. That makes sense.
Yeah, because I think you get it through Wolf, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolf gives you the scent ability.
I didn't play a hunter, but I played a character that had similar ability to take on aspects of animals.
Okay. So you guys make your way to the wizard's tower. You know that it's 20 miles away. Mayor could have given you pretty detailed instructions, and in fact, Jessup, you would know that there is a, it's 20 miles northwest of Longshadow. There is a trail that actually leads to the tower. It's barely visible. It's not like it's a road that's upkept, but you do have a trail to follow, so there's no issue getting there. If you guys hustle, you can get there in 3 hours by expending 2 invocations. Otherwise, it'll take a little bit longer. Just let me know how fast you're trying to get there.
We
20
can do
miles.
I'm just
that
gonna
or-
say, Jason, I have run 26 miles in 4 hours, so I think horses could do it in like 1 hour.
Actually, believe it or not, humans are better long distance runners than horses. I
Yeah.
learned that
I mean, if
the other day.
you can be, but
We,
As far
we
as
attach
in-
Hursk to the carriage. The horses are in the back
Yeah,
with
right.
us, and
Yeah.
Hursk is running.
I'm just messing
Yeah.
with you, Jason.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with
As
you.
far as
No, I mean-
endurance, but not speed
Yeah,
necessarily.
but the
Yep. Not speed, but
how
endurance.
it works is they go
I
twice as
guarantee
fast, pretty much.
that this is not on a paved road through a city. So
Wait, how
Also,
long?
no,
Wait, how
yeah,
long is it
terrain probably
taking
makes
us
difference.
with hustling?
So it's
3
20
hours.
miles. So the first hour of hustling would be 8 miles, no penalty. The second hour of hustling would get you 16 miles. You'd have to spend either wands or invocations because they'd have 1 non-lethal damage and be fatigued. And then you'd have 4 more miles to go, which you could do at a normal pace. So you could technically expend 1 invocation and get there in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Or
that is-
4 uses of a wand. That's fine as well.
That is interesting. Because what's a hustle for a horse but a gallop, which is also like incredibly fast, right?
It is not a gallop.
Gotcha.
They
So-
can't gallop that long distance, apparently.
How many hours can we hustle a day?
I mean, as many as you want, but at a certain point, the non-lethal damage will be so much that they would just instantly die.
Well, I guess that's yes. What is the break even? Like, how many times can we hustle before? We
You
kill
could probably go
horses?
6 hours.
Google
many hours?
says trained endurance horses can travel 20 miles in 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, these are not trained endurance.
These
horses.
are definitely trained endurance horses.
Trained endurance horses.
These are the Budweiser horses, the Budweiser
Clydesdales,
horses.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, but Clydesdales.
These are
wouldn't know.
Clydesdales.
These are not Arabians. These are Clydesdales.
Yeah, how are you guys proceeding to this tower? How quick?
Quickly.
Full steam ahead,
Full
just
speed?
running, going yeah.
You doing an invocation or 4 wands?
An invocation.
So you spend 1 invocation. You get there in 3 hours. It's about 5:30, still daylight. You've got an hour or 2 before you have to worry about anything getting dim. And you approach this tower. The tower itself looks like it's carved into the face of a 30-foot tall basalt cliff. And the bulk of the tower rises from the floor of a shallow cave at the foot of this cliff. And it penetrates through the ceiling into the stone above, and then branches out within the cliff to connect to a second tower, which is on top of the cliff. Both of the towers protrude from the top, but the second one being a little bit higher, and they both terminate in conical slate roofs. The walls of the tower look to be pretty smooth. It probably would be really hard to climb. The windows are extremely narrow, and it looks like the cliff offers some pretty decent handholds. You could probably climb the cliff if you wanted to, but there's a cave that opens inwards, and it kind of goes around this circular hemisphere of the tower out of sight. I will move you to the tower map.
I don't see a tower.
Yeah, the map doesn't actually show you the tower, but this right here, this circular portion, is the lower level of the main tower that then goes into the cliff itself. This
Also,
opening is the cave.
point of order: did you guys have cured stuff left over yesterday? Because I'm at 45 hit points.
Oh yeah.
We did, and if
Oh,
and if
you guys
Gideon
should all
would've
be full because you
used-
guys would have had invocations, so
Okay.
everybody
Yeah.
should be totally full.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, before we got here, probably a few miles, or after, halfway, Jessup would awkwardly be trying to go around, trying to wave his arms next to everybody where they're sitting, like trying to see if there's an invisible person sitting in the carriage with us, probably looking weird first, kind of like reaching, like,
Do that like we're swimming.
Yeah.
hey, I know
A
this looks
merchant
weird.
passes
He's just
by.
randomly swatting at the air next
I know.
to people.
You see a hobgoblin scout in the distance look at you, and you're like, "Oh no, we're gonna be in a fight!" And he's just like staring at you, horrified at what he's looking at. He's like,
Like,
"These
oh,
guys
they're-
are crazy."
Escaped
Jessup's in the
inmates.
surprise round.
Yeah.
I know that would look crazy, sorry, but so Hursk and I relayed the message to the mayor, we were able to get the advisors out of the room and decided to pass notes back and forth. We didn't speak of anything, but we did let him know that there was potentially a saboteur in our midst. Hursk believe he heard somebody snooping outside the door as well. Luckily, that because we were doing a note, they didn't see anything. Hopefully, but I think we're dealing with somebody that can use some invisibility spells, or they're very fast and very, very sneaky. But I'm going with spells.
Plausible. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and they will have followed us, which would leave Longshadow safe for the time being.
Jessup kind of like looks behind him. Maybe.
Anyway, I guess we'll have to get ready for this. I don't know if the mayor told you too much about his friend here, but I guess she deals with very unique creatures, maybe some magical beasts. I have no idea of knowing if they're friendly or not, so I guess we go into this assuming the worst, and hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised.
Okay. So, how do we get in?
Well, I can fly up and take a look around at the outside, or we can try to climb, but I don't know how I like that idea so much.
Fancy door spell?
Yeah, it just helps if I
Open close?
know where I'm going. I wouldn't want to put us in the middle of the cliff is all.
Yeah, so a couple options. You could go to the top of the cliff, see if there's an entrance on the second tower up there. The trail that you took leads into the cave. So you don't know if there's an entrance in the cave? None of you have been here before, so.
Let me fly up and see if there's a way to get in from the top, and then we can just go right up there if there is. So I will cast fly.
Okay.
And I will fly up around the tower, just looking around to see. Actually, I'm also going to cast invisibility just to be safe. So I'm gonna be invisible and flying.
You fly up over the cliff. You kind of go around to the base of the second tower. The first tower does, like I said, it does go out through the top of the cliff, but it's basically just the roof. There's no door on that one. The second tower does look to have a very big, like, wood wrought iron door, double door in the front of it.
Okay. Can I like test it to see? Well, let me look to see first. Oh, I don't know. I'm not good at finding traps.
Actually, take that back. That is on the main tower. I'm sorry. The second tower is the one that the smaller second tower does not have the door. The main one does, actually. I apologize.
And that is like up on the cliff?
Yeah, it is 30. It's at the top of the cliff. There's a little bit of a plain
landing
there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a plateau.
Okay. And then there's no entrance into the second tower.
Correct. So I can actually reveal, like, the doorway at least.
Okay.
So you're seeing it's on the other side of the map, but you can it shows like the cave wall rather than like an open plain, but that's the door.
Okay. Right. And I don't notice anything moving around this area.
There's nothing out on the plateau that you can see really.
And is that like landing big enough for us all to fit on?
The plateau? Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean it goes on for quite a long time. Yeah. Easily.
All right. I will fly back down and relay this information to the group. It looks like there's a bit of a plateau up on the cliff, and there's a wrought iron door, the set of double doors that lead into the tower. I didn't check to see if it's locked. I'm not very good at seeing if there's, traps or anything, and I'd rather not get blown up. But I can get us all up there if you want to go in that way, or if you want to, save the spell and go through the caves. I'm fine with that too. I don't know the easiest way to go about doing this. I didn't see any signs of foul play. I didn't see any movement.
What do you guys think? I'm a little indifferent.
I'm also indifferent. I'll defer to your judgment.
Yeah, Kieran, you make the call.
Great. All right, everybody, grab hold. He will.
Before you do that, I want the other 3 to roll a perception check while Kieran's doing stuff.
Oh, I'm still
Yeah.
invisible, by the way.
That's okay. We know it's you.
Do you?
No.
Ah, it's the thing from the town, and like lashes out at Kieran.
Okay, what do we got here?
I have
Oh,
rolled
my.
Nice.
Wow.
rocks on
25,
my perception.
26, and
this session.
37.
I have not rolled below a 30.
All 3
Just
of
a,
you...
yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, as Kieran is overlooking stuff, all 3 of you hear noises coming from inside the cave. Gideon, you hear them with ease. Multiple creatures. Heavy footfalls.
I am indifferent, but I will let you know that there's creatures in there, so we might want to investigate that.
You want to investigate that? You don't want to circumvent it?
Either or, but
Well, if the mayor said, what he said was true, she's got a lot of magical beasts, so potentially that's what's in the cave and whatnot. She could have trained them to be almost like god dogs.
Which is why I would rather not outright kill anything if it can be helped.
Wasn't the Gorgon a magical beast?
Yes.
Yes.
Also,
Yeah,
if you'd
see-
like, you can roll a knowledge arcana.
I
On
do.
what?
Oh,
The
I can't because
tower.
I didn't. The tower.
Yeah, anybody can roll this. This is just on
Oh.
a tower.
Oh my goodness, I'm the opposite. I have not rolled like a double digit. Well, no, I did roll a lot of 18s, but oh,
Yep. Okay. Carry on.
It's a tower
It's made of stone.
and magic.
right. I think we should try to get around any sort of creatures. If they're her, pets for lack of a better word. I don't want her to.
Let's not
find them
kill
all
the
dead.
yeah.
So if we can go up through the top, if it doesn't work out, come back down and go through the cave. I don't know if that door is accessible or not, but it's worth a shot.
Okay.
So he will like hold out his hands and then realize that they can't see his hands. So then he'll be like, all right. And he'll like grab a hold of Gideon and Jessup and he'll say, Jessup, grab hold of Hursk for me.
Okay.
And then he will dimension door up
Okay.
to the landing.
Yep. You dimension door up in front of the doorway.
Maybe
Embrace
if we
me.
all put our heads together, we can look at this and see if it looks to be trapped at all. I wouldn't blame her, honestly. It's her house, so I wouldn't blame her if she had traps on the door. I'm sure
Yeah.
she's not expecting people to barge right in.
Well-
Maybe we should try knocking first. I didn't think about that.
Well, let's see here. Hold off. Jessup will concentrate detect magic on the door.
Okay. You detect magic on the door. The door is magical.
Interesting.
I detect magic on the door here. I don't know if it's a magical trap or potentially a regular trap. I don't know. Gideon, you've been
I mean,
You
it
can
could just be
roll-
locked.
You can roll a knowledge arcana to try to identify the school of spell. I think you can roll a spellcraft to try to identify the spell in place, right?
I
think
would
so.
prefer to roll a spellcraft if I
Oh.
could.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Okay.
I'll roll to aid.
Gosh.
It appears that this door is locked with an arcane lock spell.
Oh.
Huh.
What's the DC? 50? 35?
High.
40? It all
It's
is variable based on how
high.
you set it, but it can be like 80 and stuff if you really want it to.
So, who has the highest strength?
Like
Probably either
Kieran.
me or Gideon.
Okay. What's the bonus?
I have a 20 strength.
I wanted to
okay.
show it,
Okay,
but
so-
it just rolled it. It's 18 is my
So we have a +5 bonus. If all of
Mine's
you
18.
aided, that would be a 2, 4, 6. That'd be
Well,
+11.
that's not necessary.
Even if you wanted to break the door, taking 20, all of you aiding, wouldn't do it.
Do you think I should knock first before we just try barging in?
Yeah, that would seem customary.
We didn't see, just out of curiosity coming up, I'm assuming we didn't see any bodies of messengers or any signs of messengers.
Not insofar as you have seen. Nope.
Could we retroactively, could Jessup have asked Hursk when we were there, if he had any survivals, could he see tracks, like if anybody recently had been here before us?
Yeah, if you wanted to do tracks and whatnot, you easily see the tracks of horses that were maybe 2 days ago.
While we're up
Going
there,
to, not coming from.
yeah, does he hear anything on the inside?
Roll perception check.
I did.
26.
26? No.
Well, if you want to try knocking Kieran, and then Jessup takes like... How much space can he walk back or move?
As far as you want. Like, this plateau goes on for several hundreds of feet. It's probably
Jessup's going to walk
kilometers.
back like 65 feet. I'm just assuming a blast radius of sorts.
Gideon will just go there.
All right. Kieran will walk up to the door and real quick, he will perceive just to see if it's trapped at all. Natural 20 in that one.
Doesn't appear to be trapped.
Okay. He will knock hard on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door. Silence.
Okay. He'll wait for like a minute. Nothing.
Silence.
Well, I don't know if this is good or bad. But on one hand, if she's in there, sleeping and just doesn't hear, we can at least say that the mayor's worried about her. We're not just some random creeps showing up at her place. Like, we're generally concerned about her. But I think we should check it out. What do you think?
Gideon nods.
I don't know how we get through unless we got to go through the cave, right?
No. I have a little something for this that maybe will work. I don't know. He will pull out the chime of opening, which automatically dispels an arcane lock cast by a spellcaster of lower than 15th level. So I don't know her caster level, but
That's crazy. I forgot about that. That's the thing we got in the mine.
You still have to roll a check, though, right? It doesn't just open
I
the
don't know.
door.
It says a chime of opening automatically dispels a hold portal spell or even an arcane lock cast by a spellcaster of lower than 15th level.
Yeah, chimes of openings are like, that's what they do.
So you can cast that, and you notice the arcane lock spell dissipates. The door is still locked normally, so you'll still have to do a disable device to get through the door, normally speaking.
Oh, for Abadar's sake. She really doesn't want people getting in here.
Yeah, it appears that the door is... You're kind of looking at it, testing it, pushing it a little bit. It looks like it's barred, reinforced, sealed with an arcane lock. It's like... Yeah.
Could we bust it down now that the arcane lock's off of it?
You can try if you want to.
Wait. The device functions against normal balls, shackles, bolts, chains, locks.
Right, but that we have to roll a caster level check on.
Still have to roll to disable it, though.
Yeah, I don't know if I can even make a high... Like, if it's barred and reinforced, I don't think...
What do you have to roll for it?
Disable device.
Disable device.
It's a caster level... Your caster level is 11 plus a d20 against the DC of the lock.
Yeah, so you can do it.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
think
just you
it
have to
hurts
roll
to
for it.
give it another try if you want.
Okay, all right. I will use another charge of the chime. And
No.
I will roll a d20 plus 11. A 17. Wouldn't
You
even open
thinking
a
that's
good
happening.
lock.
You chime the chime. Nothing happens.
Well, at least the arcane lock is gone.
I mean,
Yeah, we just
maybe,
need
but
a key. And
well, it seems like maybe we're meant to go back down through the cave, I guess.
at least there's another potential way. Maybe.
And at least we know of maybe an exit if we can unbar it from the other side and get through. Maybe things come.
I don't want to give it the old heave-ho just once.
Yeah,
We can try it, sure.
what's the lock on from our side, or like the opening device? Like what's keeping it locked?
It looks like it's locked from the inside,
Like
and when you were pushing on the door, it might be barred with something even. Like, you could try to break it down, but you would be breaking the door if you wanted to do that. Which is fine, you can do that. Just
And Kieran flew around, right? Like, this is the only way that we see to get in.
This is the only visible door other than the
Right.
cave. You haven't checked the cave, so you don't know. But this is the only
Well-
visible door outside of it.
So apparently, messages have come. We saw some tracks. We didn't see them leave.
The tracks enter the cave, by the way, just so you're
Oh, okay.
clarifying.
The tracks, yeah. Well, they went in the cave, and I sure as heck ain't gonna believe that somebody, even the Legion, probably could get through that door by conventional means.
Kieran, do you want to maybe try and fly up to one of the windows and shout?
Windows?
Yeah, there's very small windows.
There's windows. They're extremely thin. But
Alright,
They're
I
like
will-
arrow slits, right?
I will
Yeah.
fly up to a window and look inside, only to have something slice out my eyes.
Just dimension door in there. Now that you,
Hey, I didn't say to put your face up to the window. I said to
I
shout
mean-
next to the window.
Yeah, we probably could dimension door in. I just get
could try that.
nervous about, yeah.
Be a shame if there was a dimensional trap.
You
Or if there's a dimensional anchor and we can't do it.
you can try it.
I say we try to go through the cave at this point, but
I think using magic to get into a wizard's tower is a
It's
fun
a
idea.
smart idea, right? Sure, she
I-
didn't think of that.
I think it's funny because I know for a fact that we might die.
Well, all right. I think it's probably better if we, go back down through the cave.
Yeah. If
Alrighty.
worse comes
Okay.
to worse and there's no other option, we can attempt to break down the door. But
How high up is this plateau, Jason?
30 feet.
so we can climb down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I
going
mean,
to say
you can climb down
if we
as
can
long as
use
you can hit
the-
the DC.
rope of climbing.
But we have the rope of climb, plus I have a grappling hook and a
Oh, yeah,
climber's
you're fine.
kit, so
yeah,
you're
we're,
fine.
we're all good.
You're fine.
Kieran will zoom down. Do you think that was long enough that my fly wore off, like 8 minutes?
Well, I don't think.
Probably.
Okay.
Because
That's
you were
fine.
discussing things quite a
Mhm.
bit, trying to figure things
figured.
out. So
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's fine.
So,
Okay.
Gideon
cave it
will
is.
lead the way and we'll check out the cave.
okay, you guys go to enter the cave. Put yourselves right here.
right
Am
where?
I on the right layer?
Nope.
Right here.
Okay.
Right at where the
Okay.
light changes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And roll perception checks. You're gonna see a bunch of stuff, even if you roll poorly. But this is just how much stuff
Again?
you see.
Another perception check, Jace?
Oy.
Do
It's
as I
the
say.
most rolled skill in the game.
It
Yeah,
is.
we rolled it 4 times. Do what I say, he
Okay.
says.
And I do have 120-foot dark vision. Just saying.
Oh, there's horses there.
Oh, Gorgons!
Oh. Organs! Ah!
Oh, those are the messenger's horses.
And
I'm
open
sure.
doors.
Oh, I wonder if they
So-
got trapped in a spell or something.
You guys
We were scared of horses this whole time.
You guys begin walking into this cave. You see more than just horses.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Something
You
eating
walk
the
into the
horses?
cave and you see. Let me just make sure that I get all
Glabrezu?
the right stuff here. Okay.
Go ahead and start measuring distances. All right.
A small, damp cave opens into the face of this sheer cliff. Though 20 feet tall at the mouth, the ceiling of the cave gently slopes downwards to a height of around 10 feet at the back. A 60-foot wide stone tower blocks almost the entire entrance. As you can see, this whole circular thing is the tower. Oak splinters and iron banding lie scattered across the cave floor. And as you look in, you see at the back of the cave 2 horses. You see, kind of laid up against what could be like a nest, 2 humanoid figures over here. You can't tell from your distance if they're alive or dead. Although I probably should. Yeah, you can't tell if they're alive or dead from where you're at. But you also see 3 other creatures.
Friendly
see-
guy number 2.
This creature.
Left.
Bears!
You see this creature.
Oh, owlbears.
Oh no!
And then you see
Yeah.
this creature.
Oh.
Oh.
My.
Chimera bear!
Is that a dire out? Oh my goodness! It's
Dial
two-headed.
owl Werebore bear.
It is.
You see a creature that is
That ain't right.
huge. It has 1 head of an owl, and it has 1 head of a bear. You can see collars on both heads pretty easily. There's collars on the other two as well. You didn't see them in the image, but you can see collars on these. And as you come into sight of these creatures, you see all three of them kind of turn to your direction and take like defensive stances. The bear head of this forward creature roars out aggressively while the owl head hoots, just very aggressively hooting in your direction.
That's the name of this episode. Aggressive hooting.
Aggressive hooting.
Aggressive hooting.
They don't make any movement towards you.
Can we roll knowledge for creepy things?
Kieran will step aside and say, Hursk, I think this moment's yours.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
No, she means diplomatize with it.
Yes. I think I can handle animals.
Pulls out
maybe.
his bow.
That's what I thought I was gonna do. I'm like, no.
So can I do a nature on that one? I mean, I'm pretty sure he would just recognize that the other two are owlbears, but
So technically these would all be knowledge arcana because they are magical
Magic.
beasts.
And where to
he
find
will
them.
step back and look at Kieran and go, "No, I think this is your time to shine."
I don't know if I
So-
needed to roll 3, but I rolled
I was just
30.
going to do one.
Just
Oh.
the one.
If they're doing defensive stances, does Jessup have a chance to pull out heightened awareness wand and cast that then knowledge arcana?
You don't know. You can try it. You're not sure what they might take as aggression. You don't know if they even know what spellcasting is, so you're not sure at this point.
All right, Jason scared me. Let's just roll a knowledge arcana.
I mean, I just.
I think it's fine. I don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Last time we cast
Man,
spells,
why
they
do we
reported-
suck?
Okay. So with a 15, you know that the back two are owlbears. Pretty standard.
Yeah.
Kieran, with a 30, you identify them as owlbears, and you identify the big one as, and given your knowledge of what you've been told about this wizard and weird experiments, this is probably an owlbear that went through some sort of experiment that defused the owl and bear aspects of it.
Oh.
So it's like,
Like,
this
this
the
is...
thing that springs to your mind is like working on creatures, all this stuff. Like you're taking in the information that the mayor told you. Is like, did she try to take an owl bear and split it into its composite creatures? And is this like some kind of freak accident that happened? Or was this maybe her goal? You don't know.
It's a pretty cool
Then-
fusion summon either way.
Yeah, like if you did that with a liger, would you get like a creature that has a lion head and a tiger head?
You don't know. You haven't tried
If
it.
you did that to Gideon, would we get an elf and a human?
Oh!
So Hursk would try to like calm them down. I don't know if it'll work. He'll slowly approach, little increment.
Yeah. So you can roll a.
Handle.
Like I imagine he's got his like hands up, no rapid
Yeah.
movements,
Yeah.
just real slow. Like it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. Maybe
You
he's got
can
a piece of
roll
meat in his hand.
a handle animal or a wild empathy check.
Can I
to-
roll
Next level.
to
And
aid?
anybody who wants can try to aid. Yeah.
Yep. I don't.
A handle animal?
Handle
No.
animal or wild empathy.
I do not have that.
Oh, it's
Isn't
trained
wild
only.
empathy just what handle animal?
Handle animal is trained only.
So
Yes.
I can't aid either. Just kidding.
And I don't know,
Me-
Jessup, can you inspire competence on something you don't have ranks in?
I'm looking.
Because that's my question. Otherwise, it's fine, but I just wanted to make sure that
I think
that's...
so. Certain uses are infeasible by GM discretion, but that's it.
Right.
I guess it's up to your discretion. It doesn't say I
I will
can't.
say,
there-
given the
there-
fact that you are technically a ranger, sure. If you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's just going to be one use. So yeah, I will spend one round of bardic performance, and then I can always just drop it to give. Technically, everyone but me gets that +3 bonus.
Yeah.
Due to my inspiring mentor.
Yeah,
but-
I don't think the ranger flavor on Jessup is lost at all. Like he's definitely that in my
Yeah.
head.
Funny
Yeah.
thing about verminous hunters, I can't do a wild empathy check on this particular type of creature because
Yeah.
it's not
No.
a beast. But I can do a handle animal.
Yep.
So,
So you can do a handle animal with a +3.
Okay, so +3 to this.
Come on, buddy.
Show me you invested.
yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there we
So
go.
that would be a total of a 32.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So normally when you try to do handle animal against a magical beast, there's a penalty because it's not an animal, it's a magical beast.
But this
And
one,
with that in mind, Hursk, you're being extra cautious. Walking up, you've got food out, you're trying to make sure that everything's good, not making any sudden movements. If they make any aggressive tone, you back off a little bit.
Yep.
Take your time. Slow.
Yep. Very slow.
And you get closer and closer, and to your surprise, it's actually a lot easier than you thought. Like, you've worked with normal animals before. They're acting like normal, tame animals almost. Like guard dogs that are not, like, aggressive, but are just trying to scare off threats. And you can get as close as you like. You've easily beat the handle animal DC to improve their attitude. And as you get closer, you're looking around, your Death Watch eyes, as you look at the people in the back,
Yeah.
they do not appear to be dead, because that tells you if they're dead, right?
Correct. Yeah.
They appear to be unconscious, but they're healthy. They're not. They're just unconscious.
Sleeping?
And they've kind of just been pulled onto this nest.
Oh.
Maybe they think they're babies. They've been taking care of them.
Aww.
And as you approach, this really massive, literal owl bear kind of looks at you and kind of steps aside and kind of motions in their direction with one of its heads. And it just kind of does a low growl. And you get the sense that it's like, it doesn't know what to do.
Aw,
So
buddy.
he'll like walk over to the nest and
Yep.
I guess like
The owl
wake
bears
them up?
kind of crowd around you as you come by. They're kind of like looking at you.
I'm leader of the owlbears now.
King of the
You can
owl.
see on these bodies, it looks like they were knocked out. It looks like they got a heavy hit. You
Oh,
pretty
they got
easily
smacked
assume
by
that
the big one.
you pretty easily assume that they took some non-lethal damage. Their interaction with these creatures probably did not go very well, but they didn't. Nothing seemed to be lethal. It looks like these creatures just. And actually, as you look back behind you, you can see the spot where some of their equipment got dropped, and it's mixed around the iron bandings and the wood, and it looks like there's drag marks. So it looks like these creatures might have knocked them out, and then just kind of pulled them back over here.
Huh.
And the horses are just kind of like chilling out.
Chilling, they're fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess Hursk will grab the two people and drag them back.
Okay. The creatures follow you.
Oh. Okay.
Huh.
They're like sniffing.
Give him a little scratch behind the owl ear.
Jessup, I ended up. I know that you said it took some time for Hursk, so I just expended 5 rounds of my expired competence, just assuming it would have been like 15 rounds between stopping, lingering, stopping, just to kind of keep it up. But
Yeah.
So Jessup's like trying to tail Hursk, being within that 30-foot range to keep giving him the bonus, and then Hursk walks by and he's like, "They're right behind me. I keep giving you some bonuses. Help!"
Step
And-
aside and let them
Hursk
go
will
on by.
kind of carry him to the edge of the mouth of the cave and
Oh Lord!
look at Gideon and be like, I'm gonna walk back in with the owlbears and try and get them to go back.
All right.
Do you think they will let us go inside?
I'm gonna see what happens.
All right, just because. All right, let's just all kind of follow suit behind me.
I'll tend to the unconscious.
How
And
you
so
gonna get inside?
like Hursk will like kind of point at the door to the big one and be like put his hand up like, eh?
Just nudges you with its owl head.
I'll take that as a yes.
We're just coming in to see your master. I forget her name again. I'm sure she's quite important.
I don't think they have language, bud.
Shh, I'm trying. I'm
So-
a bot. I'm doing what I can.
So Jessup and Hursk, Kieran, are you following them?
I'm kind of torn because I don't know if Gideon's planning on staying out here.
No, he's not. He's just gonna heal them up and then go. Make sure they're not
Okay.
gonna die.
You look like looking at them, they don't have any grievous wounds. It's just non-lethal damage that's been slowly recovering, and they're just still unconscious a little bit. But you can heal them up, and they're still asleep for a little bit, but you think, I mean, you could wake them up now if you wanted. That's up to you.
Yeah, I gave 1 dice each, so 7 and 8 respectively, so they heal up.
Oh yeah, that's enough that their bruises kind of mellow out and their skin looks unbruised again.
He wants to wake them up if they don't come naturally.
Okay.
And then he just explains the situation.
Yeah. Well, as Gideon goes to wake up these two, and their eyes kind of flutter open, and the three of you start to go a little bit deeper in, just slowly looking out your surroundings. You make way towards the entrance of the tower. And that's where we'll pick it up next week.
Figured as much.
Does this owlbear thing have a name? Does it have a name?
Titanic.
You see on
Titanic.
the
Titan and
collar.
Titanic.
On the collar it says Hilmer.
Hilmer.
Aw, that's a good name.
Interesting.
It actually
Listen,
says it on both of the collars.
Hursk is over here like, Titan's cool, but like, that's an owlbear bear.
It's
Like,
an owl bear
Right.
bear. An
Or is that
owl
now it's a bear owl?
bear owl bear?
It's just
It's
a bowl.
I mean,
A
the
bear.
art is awesome on this thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying. Like,
so good.
pretty cool.
It's so good, actually. Like, man.
Yeah.
That said, though, good session, everyone. I had a lot of fun. I love RP heavy sessions, and I think it was a very good break from the combat heavy few that we've been doing. I thought there were some good scenes. Everyone else who tuned in, thank you so much. Remember, you can always check us out on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcast, and wherever else you find podcasts. We'll see you next week. Lead a good life.